Before we begin this episode, the fundraiser we're supporting is Wounded Warriors Project. I encourage you to look into it if you're interested in assisting veterans, wounded veterans, and really, any veteran ultimately. But it's a worthy cause, and any donations go directly to that nonprofit organization. I don't see any part of it. Thank you guys so much for supporting, if you in fact do, and let's start the show. Welcome to another DragonLance Saga gaming episode. Today is the second, actually that's not true. Today is the third, I think, session of our Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition Dragonlance Shadow of the Dragon Queen live play. It is Braka, New Cult the 21st. My name is Adam, and I would like to take a moment and thank the members of this channel and invite you to consider becoming a member by visiting the link in the description below. You can also pick up Dragonlance gaming materials using my affiliate links. Those are also in the description below. I would also like to thank everyone tuning in live. For those of us who are actually playing today, if you're in the chat, please focus here. And for everyone in the chat watching, we may not be able to get to all of your comments or maybe even any of them, but please talk amongst yourselves, share your thoughts with what's going on, and let's have a fun, engaging game. So let's have everyone who is here. We are missing 2 players. We have 1 player drop out. So those joining us live today, Bendix, do you want to introduce your character to the audience, please?
Bendix, I'm a level 3 paladin, vengeance paladin, that's my oath, human variant.
Nice. Arjun?
Arjun is a level 3 human fighter. He is a regular human, not the variant kind.
Galibrand? I don't even know what that means. Galibrand?
Hello, everyone. I've been walking through the forest for the past little while. I am Galibrand Liarin. I am a human rogue, and I hope I am not too late.
Ulrich?
Hi, my name's Derek. I'll be playing Ulrich, a druid of Just Love and follower of the Forest Pact, I guess is what the type of druid I am. And yeah, I'm a half-elf. I also have a companion that sometimes is with me, my father, who is a wolf who has gone kind of insane and stays in the form of a wolf. So yeah, my character is trying to bring balance.
Awesome. Well, last time on Shadow of the Dragon Queen, the players met with Becklin Uth V. Hareen, who presented them with Ispin Green Shield for use in the Battle of High Hill reenactment, celebrating the Solamnic Knights fighting off Istarian forces. The side of Istar was played by Cudgel Ironsmile's Ironclad Regiment, and the heroes and Vogler's militia played the Solamnic forces. The heroes enjoyed the Kingfisher Festival and joined a parade to High Hill. The battle turned into a slaughter, and in the aftermath, after interrogating a soldier, the heroes discovered that Draconis, Cudgel's lieutenant, was bought off by someone, and they met in the woods west of Vogler. Mayor Raven Uth Vogler has asked the heroes to go inspect the area and see what they can find, as Cudgel returns to her Ironclad Regiment base to try to find out what happened, and if any of her regiment are even still loyal to her. So that is the setup. We are currently in the Brass Crab. Ulrich, you had, before the end of last episode, communed with some animals. You were speaking with some birds, and you asked them to go check something out. Can you please remind me what it is you asked of them?
I asked them to look for large groupings of men and give us the direction of where they might be.
Gotcha.
And just to have them fly out in all directions and to come back and let me know if they can help me find where they might be.
Okay. So the time of day, Battle of High Hill was around noon to 2-ish. We came back, there was some interrogation. This is later in the afternoon, so we're looking around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the evening. And Galibrand, you are on the south side of the Vingard River, heading north. Let me show people here who are watching this what we're actually looking at here. So if we zoom in to Hinterlund and Nightland area. Vogler is approximately right there. Kalaman is approximately right there. And Gallerbrand, you are on the south side of that Vingard River. Now, Vogler has, opposite their dock, a sort of boat pulley system that you can actually get on. It takes about 10 minutes to cross the river. And that's where we're going to pick up from you, is coming onto the docks from the south side. You are not far at all from the Brass Crab, where you know, according to Becklin Uthviharin's letter inviting you to the reception that, of course, you were late to, that you do have a room here at the Brass Crab. So you're approximately in this space right here. So what do you want to do? I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, sorry about that. Gallibrand's not particularly... He doesn't travel very often. He's only been traveling for a little over a year, actually. So he is simply just looking at the letter. It's a little wet, or it was wet, so it's a little, like, crackly. And he's asking for directions to the Brass Crab.
Okay. So you do see people sort of scurrying by, and the tone is one of outright panic. There's no fires that you see being set or anything, but people are sort of frantically running to and from this sort of centralized large building. And this actually looks like the pulley system bridge here that you actually landed at. But they're all dragging, moving to and from this central area, this building that is sort of right on the edge of the harbor here next to the river. And, people are sort of going a little crazy, just sort of like not even really stopping to talk each other, more like doing head motions and pointing and running around. Ultimately, you just sort of try to stop someone and they turn to you. Yes, how can I help you?
I received a letter. I am looking for the Brass Crab. Would you happen to know where that would be?
Follow me. That's where I'm going right now. So he runs
thanks.
off right along this little edge here to the Brass Crab. And as soon as you enter, it is like a makeshift field hospital. What was once a very welcoming, warm, circular inn room, sort of a restaurant-looking space. Tables and chairs have been sort of thrown aside. People are laying down on the ground. Wounded are being tended to by other civilians. You assume other members of this individual town's citizenry. You also see just sort of other strangers that are fully armored. They're also talking with random people. You don't know exactly what Becklin looks like, and so you wouldn't really know how to pinpoint her out. But just based on the chaos of what's happening, that person that sort of told you to follow them, they ignore you and they run off, bringing some bandages to someone in the far corner. What do you do when you walk in and you see this sort of chaos?
I look back at my little note, and so I start looking for anything I see as familiar, either something of Ispin's or maybe even something that would be used to sort of get my attention, as I was expected. So
Right. So give me a perception check.
okay. $11.
11. You're having a hard time with everything that's going on, really getting any cue about what's going on. So as you're sort of, looking around, trying to find out, trying to piece together what's happened just based on what you're witnessing, Arjun, this is when you are coming in from the front side of the Brass Crab, the main entrance area here. And you also have been already in the Brass Crab, moving back and forth from High Hill, which is like a 30-minute trek. And so you've sort of, really exhausted, you're sweaty, everything that's been going on, no one else really knows about at this point. So you show up. What do you want to do?
And I look for the rest of my party because I haven't seen them since the previous day.
Yeah.
So we need something definitely wrong has happened. So I need to get.
Well, you definitely see them moving
I don't have
about.
all the pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah. So you see them mostly conferring with Raven Vogler, the mayor of the town. You see Becklin Uthviharin, and you see Darrett in this space as well, Darrett Highwater, who has been sort of befriending everyone at this point. They're all sort of talking amongst themselves in the middle of all of this, cacophony of madness that is happening around you.
Okay, I'll approach them and report that our colleague Merrick is missing.
I mean, you guys haven't
Arjun.
seen Arjun for, a good solid day now. Not a full 24
Arjun,
hours, but
Do you know what's going on? We haven't seen you since last night.
A whole lot of people died at the hill. I
Yes.
saw only parts of it.
Do you know what happened to Merrick?
He and I tried to find as many survivors as we could, try to help with cleanup, and then he found some tracks that led into the forest, and that's where I lost track of him.
which one of you has the highest passive perception? Can you just shout out your passive perceptions?
Passive perception.
Arjun's got 13.
I have 12.
I got 13.
I have
13.
10.
All right, so Bendix and Ulrich, you notice that there is a young man who is just sort of wandering around, sort of looking at everything that's happening, just sort of by himself. He doesn't seem to be assisting anyone. He doesn't look like he's been in a battle at all, but he does look worse for the wear, for whatever happened. But he's just sort of wandering around by himself.
Excuse me, sir.
And that's you.
Can I help you?
Galbrand.
Are you lost? Are you injured?
Did you
Caliban?
say that was me or that?
That is you. Yes.
I'm saying it to
Sorry.
you.
No, I get that. I just heard him say that wasn't me. So, sorry. I'm new into town. I was simply here to meet up with someone, but I'm having trouble finding them. You seem to be busy. I'll just get out of your way.
Do I see that he's holding his letter?
Yes, I'm still holding the letter.
I say, you wouldn't happen to know Ispin Greenshield, would you?
That I would. Are you one of his friends? The letter says that some of his friends would be here.
I put my hand up and I say yes, and I point to the party that's here. I point to this is Arjun, a warrior, good friend of Ispin's, and then this is Bendix, a knight of Solamnia, also a friend of Bendix.
Would he
We
not
all-
recognize my shield?
At this point, he does see it. He couldn't see it with all the bodies moving around, but now that he's stopped and being introduced to you, you do, Gallibrand, notice the shield is Ispin's shield that he's wielding right now.
Oh, well, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Excuse me for not knowing what's going on, but what is going on?
You're
Did I
right,
look at the
that's what's
party?
going on. There was an attack up at the hill. There was supposed to be a mock battle, but it ended up being not very mock at all. And a whole lot of people died today. A whole lot of more people are wounded. Who was behind this attack anyway?
I wouldn't know. I just got here.
It was an
Ulrich and
ogre.
Bendix know.
I would.
Garcanus, I believe
Yes.
his name was.
So that was the ogre or the half ogre.
Draconis.
Yeah.
That seems to be an accomplice of this disaster that took place.
Wait a minute. Hang on. You mean to tell me? Hang on. You mean to tell me the Ironclad Regiment is behind this?
Well,
Possible.
not all of them. I do know that some of them
Somewhat.
have not. Yeah.
Where is their leader at then?
So you guys, I don't know if you remember or not. So Cudgel Iron Smile, the leader of
Oh.
the Ironclad Regiment, and only Bendix and Ulrich at this point would know this. She had said that she's going back to her mercenary campsite to see if any people are still loyal to her. So she left very recently ago. And you just didn't see her because you were dealing with all the chaos and stuff that was happening there as well. But she went up to do that. You guys have been tasked by the mayor to sort of track where Draconis had left. This is to Bendix and Ulrich. So that's sort of where you guys are at this point. You see Becklin turn and see that you guys are still here and talking. She sort of walks up a little bit sternly initially until she sees you, Galabrand, and you see this female, very tall Solamnic knight in full Solamnic armor take her helmet off, and she puts her hand out to you. It's like, I see you've got my letter. It's such a pleasure to meet you, and I wish it was under better circumstances. How are you, Galabrand?
I am well. Uth and Galabrand is obviously looking at the paper, trying to read her name. Uth.
Becklin would be fantastic.
Vinehern?
No, it's Becklin Virin, but it doesn't matter. I'm terribly sorry for the loss of Ispen Greenshield, and we did have a very wonderful reception and funeral session for him, and all of his friends were there as well, and we just don't really have time to deal with it now because we have a lot of going on. I don't suppose you have any experience with, I don't know, tracking or taking care of wounded?
I have some experience.
Well, perhaps your friends, your new friends here could take you with them and have you assist them. I don't want to press matters here, gentlemen, but we do need to get moving.
Very good.
I do have
understand
one thing to... Oh, I apologize. You go ahead.
I understand the need, but where is the leader of the Ironclad Regiment? Where did they go?
Cudgel Ironsmile had left to return to her mercenary camp. She's seeing if there's any more who are loyal to her, or whether they're loyal to the late Draconis.
Hang on. You mean to tell me that there is a betrayal in the Ironclad Regiment? The leader wasn't involved, and you just let her go back over there by herself?
I would have
You
to...
have no idea how many more of them are out there. You'd have no idea how many are still loyal to her and how many are still not loyal to her.
You bring up a very excellent point, and you are right to be concerned. But you should rest assured that she is more than capable of handling herself, and she was very insistent. We do have a lot going on with a lot of different wheels in motion, and I would ask that perhaps you keep your head down and focus on the cog that we need you to focus on.
Very well.
We do genuinely appreciate your concern, but time is of the essence. If we can learn anything about the people who turned Draconis, now is the time.
It's true. It's almost night. It's almost evening. They'll probably try to get out of this region by during the night.
Indeed.
All right, very well. Where are we meeting up at?
She defers to all of you because you guys are going to be the ones going per the mayor's request. And so she bids you good luck, and then she goes to tend to the business that she's dealing with. So this is all you know. What do you guys want to do?
Before she leaves, Galabrand does have a question for her.
Okay. She stops and turns, yes?
Who would I go to report a boat exploding?
I'm sorry?
The merchant vessel I was traveling on, some crazed wizard was screaming about the gods of Boehm, and then the boat exploded.
I don't mean to be rude, but we have a lot more to deal with than that right now.
Which is why I'm asking who I would go to.
Perhaps someday you make it to the docks of Kalaman. Maybe the dockmaster might like to hear that.
Thank you.
She's very sort of flustered, and
Okay.
she's trying her best not to be rude because she understands emotions are high and stuff, but she turns and moves on.
Okay, I'm going to try and corral everyone out of the brass crab so that we're not in the middle of everyone trying to do a thing.
Right.
So
As
if we're going to try and track down where these miscreants went, then we need to start moving now.
Indeed. As you guys get
I
up...
look at,
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to look at Bendix and ask him, what do you feel is the best course of action?
I turn to you, and I agree with the fighter. So I forgot your name, fighter.
Archin.
Archin. So I turn to Archin. I agree with Archin's plan that we should gather up and not lose momentum, and let's start tracking this down.
All right.
So as you leave the brass crab, the sun is starting to set, though you have a couple more hours of daylight left. You know that you, of course, have to get on it if you're going to try to find any existing tracks or any new information from the location that, you tentatively know as, woods west of Vogler, whatever that means. But then you start noticing this massive cacophony in the sky above you. It's overcast. The sun is sort of creeping, sending light rays through between the clouds, and this cacophony of birds starts, like sort of landing on tree branches and then lifting up and sort of swirling around, landing on the roof of the brass crab and swirling around. And Ulrich, they clearly seem, to your perspective, to be looking and waiting for you.
I immediately look at the druid. What did you do?
I hold my finger up and I basically try to try to lure one of them to come to me so I can speak to it.
So you see it just flitter down, sort of hop a little bit on the ground at your feet, and it's just sort of chirp, 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 looking up at you.
Let me see. Speak to animals. I don't assume my speak to animals is still in effect, right?
No, but you would have been able to recover it, or you should have a spell slot to cast it again.
Okay, so I'll cast it again and start speaking.
So you had asked about a large mass of human mammals. We located a lot of them all around this area, running all through the town. There seems to be a lot of human mammals that have not moved at all over a massive hill to the north side. In the northwest, there is a very large group of human mammals collected there. They live in sort of nests similar to the one that you just got out of.
Oh, I see. Thank you. And what do they call you?
My name is Chip.
Tweety bird.
Did you say Chip?
Chip.
Chip, thank you so much. I would like to ask you if you ever wish to help me again. I would love to keep you as my as a friend, and may Cheslav bless you. And if I have any food, I provide maybe like a crust of bread or something.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, it definitely picks it up and it flips away. And, it sort of flutters up into the sky. The other birds sort of swarm all around. It's very much like if any of you ever saw Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. It's like a ton of birds seem to all be amassed in this one area. They're not like attacking anyone or anything, but then they just sort of disperse after that.
Oh, so that was you they were talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, the people in this town are calling you Trout Talker now.
Yes, I do speak to the animals. They are my friends.
Yeah,
So-
they all think you're insane. So,
Well,
I've
my-
heard plenty of children say they speak to their animals. Is
My-
this like one of
those
those
are
moments?
children.
The animals are children?
No.
Well,
the
my
Can we move, please? Instead of
Yes.
looking like insane people in front of all these distressed villagers.
Yeah, seriously.
well, I just want to tell you, my insanity tells me that there is a large grouping of soldiers amassing to the north, by the hills.
Well, then let's go there. Then it's a lead.
So can I get someone, whoever's going to be the group leader for this tracking expedition, ideally someone really good with wilderness, to give me a wilderness survival check?
I got a nature +3.
I have a +1.
I think he said survival.
Yeah.
Survival? Oh, I got a +3 for survival.
Survival, I have a +2.
So Ulrich might be the one to choose. Bendix, did you have a higher one than 3 or matching it? Or Arjun?
Oh no, I've only got a +1 to survival.
I can't hear you, Bendix. I think you're
Stupid
muted.
mute button. Yes, you're right. I'm at a +4. I was just commenting that our
Oh.
ranger probably would have a higher survival.
Yeah, where is Finn?
Yeah, he seems to be missing outside. You knew that he was inside the brass crab helping other people, so perhaps he's still doing that.
He got persuaded by a bunch of doppelgangers, so he took off somewhere else.
A lot of new widows are looking for comfort.
And he's the man. All right.
So dark.
So I'll take charge, and this is the direction we're gonna go today. I'll go. Do I need to roll a survival check here?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Rolling. Oh, and the rolls continue. Look at that.
Oh, hold on. You're going to have advantage because you know a direction from the animals.
Oh, even better. So try again. Oh, we have a 19.
Oh, wow. That's great. Okay, so you know the direction already. You guys leave out of the river village or the river gate, and you all head toward west of Vogler, which again, this is loose and sort of not exact, but around this space here. After you leave out, you're just sort of heading west to that big forest body. The woods give way to this sort of, I don't know, this sort of open area that has a lot of footprints all around it. You see some hoof prints. It takes you about an hour to get here, but this seems like this was probably the direction of that Draconis had met in. You're pretty comfortable with assuming that based on your role there and just your personal experience. This looks, you see a lot of heavy mailed footprints. A lot of them are heading off into the north. Some of them seem to be heading back west toward the Ironclad Regiment's camp. And so, what do you want to do from that?
Probably not the best at tracking, but we have seen these winged creatures before. And then I also wanted to add, from our last fight, from those foot soldiers, would you recognize any of the patterns of their feet or how they were pressed on the ground?
Give me a perception check.
All right.
Everyone can help in this if you want. So
Okay,
either
yeah,
do your
definitely
own
gonna-
or as a group, whatever you prefer.
I'll try and help.
Just
You
call
wanna
out
assist?
your
I will
numbers.
try
Well,
and
he just-
assist
okay.
someone else.
So would that give me advantage if someone was assisting me then, or?
Yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. He's helping you. Anyone who wants to do it separate, that's fine too. Just give me a
I got
roll.
a modified. I got a 21.
Oh, nice. What'd you get, Arjun?
Oh, I got a 13.
13? Okay. So yeah, you're
Bendix is too modest.
Arjun, you're sort of looking around, just with everything that's going on, your mind is sort of racing. You're trying to refocus yourself, and you're just sort of still riding that adrenaline high. Even after this hour, you're starting to feel a little bit sick and hungry, and you're just not able to discern much information from the patterns. Bendix and with everyone helping him, you guys do find connections with what you had experienced on the road in with those strange hooded creatures that did end up having wings. But then also, you just recognize this massive size of Draconis's footprints that are also leading back to Cudgel's camp. So you see that the preponderance of prints are heading off further to the north, whereas it looks like Draconis is isolated and alone coming to and from the east where the camp is located.
Just follow the breadcrumbs.
As you guys are sort of taking all this time, because it is going to take 20 minutes or so for you to sort of read the ground, Ulrich, you do hear this sort of whimpering that you're familiar with the sound of your father whenever he seems to be in the area, coming from, very far periphery from anyone that's sort of paying attention, looking at the ground and stuff.
I look over to see where he's at and try to walk over there.
All you see is his tail moving away, and as you go to follow, it takes about 5 full minutes of you sort of following him, only seeing glimpses of him through different, breaks of trees, until you enter into this circle, this sort of glade, this little hidden little veil. And as you walk into it, you feel like you're walking into this sort of metaphysical membrane, almost as if you're passing through or in a space, this dimensionality that you feel this deep connection to the Feywild in Krynn, in this spot, and you just feel this presence of your god surge as you walk into it. The sensation is almost overwhelming. It's fully emotional because it's very similar to when you were first introduced to your god at the beginning of your adventuring here, and you see your father sitting on the other side of this glade as a wolf, and then you see him sort of transform back into his original form, which you haven't seen in quite some time.
I fall down to my knees and I start to cry as, Father, what is this place? What's going on?
This is one of the many sacred groves, my son. It is these circles of woods that will help guide you in the future. I have been shown visions of a future that I'm afraid I may not be able to follow you on. there is much darkness and death in the direction you are headed. I understand that you do not choose the fate and the road that you travel in all times, but I do believe our God believes that you are on the correct path. And I think she wanted me to show you that by connecting with glades like these, you have her support and her power. Will you meditate with me for a moment?
Yes, Father. Yes.
So now that, so you sit down and he turns back into a wolf and he just sort of sits there with his head down, and you just feel this resonant power sort of pulsing against you and through you and inside of you. And it is the most beautiful, peaceful, calming, chaotic even at the same time expression you've ever felt. The tears that you had began to shed earlier continue to freely flowing. Your father's eyes are completely staining the fur underneath his eyes wet with his own tears. And it is just this incredible moment of connection between the two. You know, you lived most of your life being completely disconnected with him. He's present, but he's sort of been lost. And now he seems like he's found a semblance of peace. And he's sharing that emotion with you, and your shared loss with your mother, his wife, and this new embrace of your God, welcoming and giving you love and support. It's a little bit overwhelming, and you just sort of are in this moment for a few minutes here. I'm going to cut back to the rest of the group 5 minutes away. You find the footprints, and as you look around, you start noticing that your friend Ulrich is gone.
I swear, what is he doing now? He's probably talking to a skunk somewhere.
What's going on?
Remember, Galibrand has no idea. He's never been around any of this.
Okay, so he states that he can make berries and out of thin air, and not to mention he can talk to animals, and it's I can't explain it because I've seen it with my own eyes, but at the same time, he strikes me as incredibly insane. But he's very convincing of what he's doing, and he hasn't really steered any of us wrong before. So at this point, it's just
So this is a normal thing.
It's very
that
normal.
depends on your definition of normal, but sure, this
Well,
is a
my
regular
definition of normal
occurrence.
is it's his consistent actions. This is normal. He randomly disappears off at random times.
As far as I've known him, yes.
Okay, so he's not lost then?
Probably not.
I don't like that's the probably. We already have enough people
he'll find his
freaking out.
way
Don't
back.
need.
He will find his way back. Have trust and faith.
I can't really put my faith into someone I don't know, so I guess I'll believe you. Are we just gonna keep going and let him be by himself?
You notice that the clouds, how they were partly cloudy, they're starting to sort of amass a more solid form in the sky. The sun rays are not coming down. It is premature dark. You know, getting almost to that dusk time just because the sun is obscured by the cloud cover. And it's not openly raining, but it is just sort of dappling raindrops here and there. You know that if you're going to be able to follow any footprints, they're going to be dispersed by the rain, and so time is of the essence.
We should probably just keep going then. You said you saw the big one's footprints?
I picked that up, didn't I?
Yeah.
Well, then we should follow those because he was
Yes.
the instigator, right?
Well,
Yes.
okay, so to be clear, you know that Draconis left the mercenary camp to meet with this mysterious party, and that he left that mysterious party with money to bribe part of the Ironclad regiment. So that's not as important as, because you know where he went and what happened with him. It's everyone else that you need to find out who this other third party is and why they would bribe Draconis in the first place. You know, that's what you're really looking for.
That or we're looking for the person who basically went off by themselves to confront their troops.
I might not be being clear. So the massive footprints that you noticed were heading north. That's not familiar to any of you. The soul footprints that you are assuming at this point and are true at this point belonging to Draconis, you know about his story. So the only mystery is the mass of footprints heading north.
That's
Right.
the direction we'll take.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
At the point where you all start to move out, that's the point when Ulrich, you have had this moment that to you lasted maybe 20, 30 minutes of just intense meditation and emotional resonance. There is something sort of itching at the back of your mind that you need to move. This moment was amazing and very intimate, but there are forces that need your attention more than this.
And then I run up to the party and I say, "We must move. Cheslov has directed me. We must go." And so I immediately say, "Follow me," and I turn into a wolf, and then I start running in the direction to the north. Do I not know where the direction goes yet?
You were there when they determined that, but you had left. So, I mean, you can head north. That's fine. They were already moving that main direction anyway when you appeared. And so they're like, well, let's just go ahead and go. And then you run up. You're like, come on, guys. And then you took off. So, you're all heading the same way.
So I transform into a wolf at the same time.
Okay. So as you guys are moving north, you're following this great mass of footprints. And when I say great mass, it's really like 4 people maybe, but it is, they came to this direction and they moved away from it. And so there's a bunch of footprints, marking a path to the trained eye anyway. You're heading out the woods and it takes about an hour of tracking them before you get anywhere. The woods give way to a ledge overlooking a shadowy valley. In the distance, dozens of low fires illuminate hundreds of red tents. Among them move patrols of shadowy human-like figures. Over 1,000 soldiers occupy this camp, a whole army.
Good God.
And then I transform back from a wolf into a half-elf, and I look over to Arjun and saying, "Is my insanity convincing you yet?"
Yes, of more of your insanity. I have no idea what you just did. And I want no
Yes.
part of it. Now, we're looking at a giant army. Is this this can't be the rest of the regiment, could it? I'm trying to see if there's any banners or any tabards or anything that's like large and prominent that identifies them.
So as you had come over this ledge overlooking this mass in the distance, it is still very far away. Give me a perception check. I need to know, what are you guys doing? Are you just standing at the top of this ledge looking down at this? What is it you're doing with yourselves?
It's a 7, too far.
7? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
7. You do notice
I
the
would like
red tents, canvas covers though. What was that, Ulrich?
I would like to get closer. Is it possible for me to turn into a small creature?
Like a mouse.
I mean, that's up
Like
to
a
your
like a
power,
squirrel?
right?
Yeah, I mean,
what is your ability
I don't know. It says here, wild shape. You can magically assume the shape of a beast that you have seen before twice per day, or twice per short rest. You can stay in that form for 1 hour, and if you get to 0 hit points, you turn back or die or whatever.
Right. So you've seen squirrels and chipmunks and groundhogs and birds and.
Yeah, I was about to say a bird would probably be more useful to you because you could cover more ground faster that way.
I thought it said I can't do a bird until higher levels.
Right. Flying. That's fine. What creature do you want to turn into?
I was thinking like a squirrel or something small, something I could. I'll go and investigate, and I was going to turn into a squirrel and see if I can get into the camp.
All right, you better be careful then.
Okay.
What's going on?
So you immediately turn into a squirrel, just shrink down in size, just chirp, 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 and you're like leaping and bounding, running down this sort of ravine toward this massive, clearly an army of some sort. As you get closer, you start to notice there's patrols regularly traveling the perimeter of this, and there's at no point do you see any space where there's not a patrol in sight of another patrol. And so as you're sort of, using the ground cover, foliage, scrub oak to sort of get behind, you see a tree, you climb up in the tree, get off at the very far long ledge looking into the actual camp. You see the group of each patrol is approximately 5 in every single patrol. Every once in a while there's 4, every once in a while there might be 6, but around 5 every time. All of them are all cloaked. Could be because it's starting to rain. It's still very, very light rain at this point. Completely overcast, so it's really hard to see other than the tiny fires, the contained fires that are sort of sparsely all around the massive tent city here. I mean, you recognize...
Night, right?
I'm sorry?
It's night, right?
It's right before full night. I mean, we're in dusk.
All right. And are the moons appearing yet?
You can't see them past the cloud cover.
Gotcha. So it's really dark. It's gonna be a really dark night. Awesome. Okay. So I'm just gonna do my best to lay low and wait for patrols to pass. And when a patrol passes, I'll try to get into the. Really, what I'm looking for are, do I see signs of these dragon men? Are there any issue?
Can I get a perception check, please?
Sure. Perception.
So
check.
while he's doing this, what are all of you doing on the top of the ledge?
Getting low, like
Okay.
going prone in order to minimize my profile.
Yeah.
Just trying to get a good idea of what are these guys doing out here? Is this like a typical encampment, or if maybe they're preparing for mobilization or anything like that? Probably can't tell from this distance, but I'm trying to get a feel for their overall disposition. Like,
Right.
Why are they here? Are they occupiers of a hostile territory, or are they just, that sort of thing?
Right. So you know him. Go ahead.
Not to mention, we have to, now that we have a scout going in there, we have to remain at our position so that he knows where to fall back to if something goes wrong.
Right.
Maybe also like just taking out a piece of, charcoal and a piece of paper, just drawing a very rough map, map, just so we know where these people are at.
Do you have artistry or a artist toolkit or anything like that?
I do not, but I like I said, I have parchment and I have charcoal. And
That's fine.
That's the best I got.
Yeah. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you.
Whoa, my internet just cut off. That was crazy. Okay, so I just need a sort of a check. I don't know if that's charisma or if it's wisdom or dexterity. Whatever you
Wisdom,
want.
it would be either be wisdom or intelligence, I think. They're both the same for me, though.
Okay, so yeah, just give me a roll to see how accurate you can draw it.
Very rough.
It's gonna be like Bendix's drawing of the draconian.
Yeah.
Okay,
But,
so Bendix and Galibrand, are you two still standing up?
Galibrand has gone a little bit back and is now sitting down with his hands on his head, trying to rationalize what he just saw. He is still has no idea what just happened. He met a man for a total of a few hours, and already that man has disappeared and then turned into a wolf.
And a squirrel.
So
in front of you.
yeah. So
It's pretty
Galibrand
crazy.
is very confused about what type of weird magical group he just so happened to wander into.
Yeah. So anytime that you may have doubt about being in this group, which I'm sure must cross your mind at some point, that green, vibrant green paint of Ispin's shield is sort of reflecting back in your mind, like these were close friends of his. I was a close friend of his. I know how important he was to me. He must have been just as important for them to travel here for this. Maybe I should stick around and try to help them out. These are just thoughts that are sort of popping in and out of your head.
Yeah, Galibrand isn't thinking of leaving. He's more trying to understand what he just saw,
Yeah.
because he just got away from an experience where someone yelled to the gods for aid and then a ship exploded.
Yeah.
And now someone is yelling to the gods and turning into animals.
Yeah.
So he's
Yeah,
trying to find some connection between the two
You're
to
having
know
a hell of a
what
week,
he should
man.
be expecting. Yeah, because don't forget, Galibrand walks through a forest completely wet, so his clothes look awful.
Yeah, for sure. So Bendix, what are you doing while these guys are all doing this? I can't hear you if you're talking.
It looks like he froze.
Yeah, he had an internet drop when you did.
Oh. I wonder if it's...
So he's trying to come back.
Okay. Well, when he gets back, I'll figure out what's going on. I wanted to make sure you guys weren't just standing up there silhouetted against the sky in view of that camp.
Oh yeah.
Because then clearly something else is going to happen here.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go back to you, Ulrich. Squirrel in the tree, looking at... You see the two patrols sort of pass each other, mutter some weird vocalization to each other. You had rolled to see if you could perceive under their hoods. What did you get?
I got a 9.
A 9? Okay, so you can't really see anything at this point. You just know that the canvas of the tents do have the same symbol that you saw on those lizard creatures' breastplates. But that's as much as the connection as you get.
Okay. I will just hang out for another 5 to 10 minutes, maybe listen to see if I can hear anything that I can that I can understand. That they're speaking common. Let me see, what other languages do I speak? That's under features, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I know I speak Elven, but I doubt they're going to be speaking that. Where is that? Where's the languages?
If you're looking at D&D Beyond, it's in the bottom left-hand corner.
Oh, bottom left? Okay. Languages. Common, Druidic, Elvish, Goblin, Ochre, and Solamnic are the languages I understand. Do I understand anything that's being spoken of those languages?
So a minority of any single one of those patrols would be speaking common. The other ones are speaking a language that you're not familiar with, but does sound somewhat similar to you at the language that you had heard when you had faced off of those lizard creatures. So as these people are sort of passing by and you're sort of listening to what they're saying, it's really just BSing. You know, they are on duty, doing what they're supposed to be doing, and they're just sort of chatting. Some people are talking about girls that they've championed or are trying to champion. You have some guys that are talking smack about other patrols or other soldiers. You know, and that's kind of the vibe that you're getting. But, you know, they are paying attention to what they're doing. They're not derelict or anything. But as you're performing your duties, you tend to just sort of BS.
Okay, do they have like, is there a large tent somewhere near the middle of the
This is a huge, I mean, this is so much, it's, you know, over 1,000 soldiers could be in this space. So there's not any great, especially at your level to the ground, there's no way you're going to be able to see any bigger tent, or even if there would be one. You know, it's just it's a mass. And I do want to sort of temper your desire to run into this. I'm not going to stop you if you want to, but keep in mind the very clear and present danger that you're putting yourself in.
Gotcha. I won't go. I mean, so my feeling is, I say a small prayer to Cheslov. Cheslov, tell me what to do. I want to make sure that these people are not going to harm the people of Vogler. Are these the threat that we are looking for? Is this the threat that we need to fight? Please tell me what I should do. I don't know what to do. Father, please. And I just kind of close my eyes and just, while I'm sitting there having this prayer in this squirrel form going, squeak, squeak, squeakums, squeakums. I'm looking for guidance. Is there any kind of religion or any kind of thing I can do to help me make a decision? Because at this point, I have no motive. I don't know what their motivations are. I don't know if this is the group that you know, gave the money to Draconis. I have a feeling it is, but I don't know, and I don't have any evidence.
Well, the evidence that you do have is that the footprints that met Draconis came from and returned to this camp.
Gotcha.
So what you discern from that is on you. You don't feel any divine pull, and you know the gods aren't really on a texting basis, so you're not going to, in this particular case, hear or sense anything, you know, confirming. And you can take it a couple different ways if you want. You know, it could be that their focus is being pulled in a different, more dire situation. Maybe this isn't important enough for them, or maybe you have all the information that you need.
Yeah, I think that's good enough, and I'll take that as basically a sign that, one, the same symbols here that we had of the dragon men. So I'm gonna head back to the group. because I only have an hour in this form before I would have to revert back, and I can't change again until I take a short rest. So I'm going to head back to the group.
Okay. So it feels like it's been a long time. You guys just staring down at this massive army that, let's be fair, there's more than twice the amount of people in this tent city than there are in the entire town of Vogler that you've been in. So just the sheer disparity of bodies is shocking to you. This is not a normal occurrence. This, you've all lived in this, sort of Solamnic nation for various periods of time each. You've never heard about tent cities popping up with armies before. The closest rumors you've heard were about Krynn and Nordmar having issues with armies, not Solamnia. There have been rumors, and then of course Arjun and Bendix, you had ran into those lizard creatures, which had that symbol of Takhisis on their breastplates. They weren't supposed to be here either, and so you should start sort of piecing together. Perhaps this group is not supposed to be here. They're the ones that turned Draconis, and there's like something dangerous here.
We need to get back. We need to get back to Vogler right now, because they need to get either some sort of defense in place for these guys, or they need to issue an evacuation.
Evacuation would probably be best. We don't have them. I've only been here for a short time, and I can already tell we're outnumbered. When our scout gets back, he'll tell us if they're armed.
Okay.
Because if they're armed, then it's more than likely an invasion. If they're not, it's a very large traveling city, which I doubt they have the resources to deal with.
I'd be even scared if it was 1,000 people coming at me with pillows.
Yeah, just
you know what I mean? It'd just be like, that's
just
too
you
much.
don't have this many men parked basically within spitting distance of a town, and not send some sort of messenger to be like, hey, we're here. We're like, we don't mean you any harm. We're just gonna be here for a bit. Like, you would have sent someone to the town to be like, hey, we're here. We don't mean you any harm. We're just gonna be here for a bit. But if the town has no word of these people being here, then that automatically suggests a hostile intent.
Yeah, I think that's something that you could definitely infer. So, Ulrich, you get back?
Yep, I get back. I lay down on the ground, and then I slowly change back into my human form, or my half-elf form, and I say, they have patrols. They're very tight. They're very well organized. They have the same symbols as the dragon men that we saw on the road when we were first coming into Vogler.
Men?
And I look over and say, yes.
We'll explain on the way back. Okay, this is definitely a hostile army then. We need to get back to Vogler and warn
Were they
them.
just patrols, or were they armed?
They were armed. They were a military force, and they are on a defensive posture.
You don't have a tight defensive patrol like that if you were in friendly territory.
Correct.
Okay, so you guys start heading back. Are you trying to be stealthy about it, or are you just sort of running?
I think the first 10 minutes we'll try to be stealthy, and then once we get, once we've gone about 10 minutes trying to be stealthy, then it's like, okay, go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Hook me up with a stealth check then.
Do you want everyone to do a stealth check?
Yeah.
Or?
Oh,
okay.
Well, you got Bendix in that armor.
I got a 22.
Very nice.
I got a 19.
Wow. Arjun?
17.
I got a 2.
From the looks of
A 2? Sweet.
I'm wearing chainmail. What do you want?
Yeah, that's true. Bendix, could you give me a stealth check, please?
There we go. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Boy, was that fun.
Could you give me a stealth check, please?
Sure. And I'm at a disadvantage.
Well, I don't think you could do much worse than Arjun.
You could get a 1.
Oh, nope, I can't, but I got a 17.
Oh, nice.
So, actually, no, it's a 19.
That's great.
Hey,
Okay.
nice.
So the only one that's making racket of any degree is Arjun, as he is, heading down with all of you. You seem to be fortunate simply because of, the fact that you were up on a ledge far away from them to begin with, and they didn't seemingly know that you were there. So any sort of sound is going to be echoing off of the edge of that ledge you were standing upon, coming from the camp, and the camp itself is, it's a cacophonous sound
As I
of
turn
soldiers
back,
and
I
people.
see Arjun walking down, and he's beating a tambourine.
Like, what is wrong with you?
This ain't the place for that, young man.
We're not forming a jam band, all right? Let's move on.
It's not marching music.
Yo, man. Okay, so it takes about 2
Just doing
hours.
the cha-cha slide.
Yeah. It takes about 2 hours for you guys to get back to Vogler. By now, it is well into the night, past midnight at this point. And what are you doing? Where are you headed specifically?
We got to report this to the powers that be.
Yeah. So the mayor's the one that sent you off, and she was at the Brass Crab with everyone else.
Sounds like the best place to go then.
Okay.
Talk to the mayor.
So you guys all move down into the Brass Crab. You see that the tone is different, actually. Most people are trying their best to get some shut-eye. Anyone that was suffering wounds seems to be faring pretty well, with, of course, the help of Finn and Ulrich. Before you left, you had been handing out good berries as well and tending to some people. So the tone has sort of brought down to a nice slumber, which you would expect at this time of night anyway. As you enter, you do see Mayor Raven sort of pop her head up, to the door, because of course it's the clearest sound that anyone has been making in the past couple hours. And she sort of moves directly over to you as you just enter in, and you're sort of experiencing this space as it is. And she's asking you, so what did you find?
We found an encampment with a large military force to the north.
See the color just
They are not
drain
friendly.
from her face.
I'm going to turn on my divine sense. I want to detect some good and evil and see who's, just to get an idea of who we're working with.
Okay. So as you're trying to sense evil in any of the spectrum, you're not finding any of it in this room at all.
Okay.
The only space that you're getting any sort of semblance of evil from is if you walked over to where they're holding that mercenary that you had, that they had captured, that you interrogated. You're getting evil there, but it's mostly a sort of a subdued sense, not like an overt aggressive sense of evil. As far as good, from Raven, the Mayor Raven, Vogler, you get a sense of genuine love and concern for everyone
So I
in this
get some
room.
angelic sounds in my spidey senses.
You're not feeling anything bad. at all.
Harps. Okay. Okay, good. Oh, yeah.
See little cherubs floating, playing harps. Yeah. So she just speaks up. Did you find any symbols or any idea about who these people are?
It was the symbol Takhisis.
I'm sorry, the old god?
Yes, unfortunately. The same ones we ran into on our way to this town. We ran into some lizard-like individuals that were wearing the same symbol on their chest plate, and they were definitely not friendly, especially not to Knights of Solamnia.
Becklin had mentioned something about that when you had first come to town. I've never even imagined. Is this a widespread cult, do you think?
Man, I'm a mercenary. I just fight people for money. All I can tell you is what I saw. All I know is that you have at least 1,000 strong army 2 hours from your doorstep.
1,000?
At least.
What could we possibly do against 1,000? She's looking at you, Bendix and Ulrich.
Prepare a defense or sound the evacuation.
Evacuation. This is our home. I'd be more inclined to write a note, drafting a letter to the commander of their camp to tell of our neutrality in any situation they might be dealing with. I'll not be sending my people out into the wilderness.
That's not my call. That's entirely your call, Mayor. You asked me to find out what was there. I told you.
Lady Raven, I am sorry, Your Honor, but Just Love has been giving a message that there is imbalance and that the evil gods are doing something. This is proof that this imbalance is in this land. We must take action to defend the
We
people.
operate in the here and now instead of talking about the gods.
We are operating in the here and now.
She's like, gentlemen, please keep your voices down. Everyone here is trying to get some rest. Perhaps we should adjourn into an accompanying room. I know Cudgel should be back any time now.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, I should probably keep this behind closed doors so we don't get the rest of the group
Everyone starts
in
freaking
a
out.
panic frenzy here. So in a panic. So is there somewhere else where we can discuss this and start planning? Because we've got minutes before this whole city gets turned upside down.
Right. So you see Alme, the barkeep and sort of proprietor of the Brass Crab, look over at you, and she sort of, does a finger motion like this as she whispers, "Perhaps you should go back into the kitchen. There's a lot of space back there."
That would probably be for the best. Thank you very much, madam.
She's like, "I'll whip up something for breakfast for you." So she leads the way to the kitchen as she's sort of, she's at a position, and you guys can pretty much just determine that anyone in this situation is going to be in where they feel like if they can't sleep, which many of the people who aren't wounded can't, they feel like they need to sort of keep themselves busy in one way or another. And since this is kind of what she does, this is a comfort ritual for her to make you guys some food. At least then she feels like she's contributing in some way. And so anyway, that's why she's going back to do what she does.
Okay, I'm still gonna leave 2 gold coins on the kitchen on the table beside the kitchen for her. Just all the same.
generous
I'm sure it won't help that much with a war coming, but
That's fair. Very much appreciated. So as you all move back following her, Olme, you see Mayor Raven also follow you back there. And she sort of jumps up and sits on one of the counters and puts a hand to her head a little bit. She's like, "All right, so let me understand the exact situation. So you went up there to find out who blackmailed or who paid Draconis to turn against the Ironclad Regiment. You followed tracks of some kind to an encampment 1,000 people strong. I can't believe that. To the west, you said. To the northwest, is that correct?"
Thereabouts, yes.
I don't understand what's happening in this land.
This invading army paid off the mercenaries in order to soften up your defenses so that the main army would have an easier time of taking the town.
But we're just a fishing village. I have to think about this for a moment.
With a keen access to the rest of Solamnia from your location.
A staging ground.
You speak the truth. They would have to get past Kalaman if that is truly their intention. Oh my. So she's a little
you have
bit.
access to the sea here. They could ferry in troops from anywhere they want to this place. They just have to secure the town.
Right. So as you're explaining all this to her, it's sort of, it's like waves crashing against her emotionally. She's thinking of her citizens. She's thinking about the legacy of her home. She's reflecting on the reality of what just happened at High Hill. And of course, the tradition of High Hill and this town of standing up against invading forces. High Hill was a symbol. This was her ancestor. Their Solamnic forces faced off against the Istarian forces and they won. But 1,000 strong army? That's a little bit even too much for her to entertain. So all this stuff you just see written going right across her face as she's just sort of processing. And then you see Becklin walk in, deep lines under her eyes, just exhausted. "I heard you all walk in. Can you please brief me on what has occurred?" You don't have to reiterate everything, but,
Tell her everything, yeah.
So you see just a sort of darkness go over her face as well. "There is no way we're going to be able to face off against this force. Not with the militia that we have, and we don't have time to train them to even attempt. Do you think Cudgel is going to make it back alive?"
I don't know, because, again, she went off by herself where any number of cutthroats and betrayers could have been in that camp. And, well, the only proof that we have of her still being alive is essentially going to be whether or not she shows up again.
Right.
And even then, the Ironclad Regiment doesn't have the numbers to even. They could delay them, but that's if you're willing to get a whole bunch of mercenaries to essentially sacrifice their lives, and that's not a good profit margin for mercenaries. You understand?
Correct.
I look over at Bendix, and I'd say, and I look at it and go, "What does Paladine tell us to do?"
Is to save the people in the village and find out what the root cause is.
You see Becklin look over at you, Bendix, with a sort of a clarity of respect in her eyes, something that you hadn't noticed before, but as you are literally sort of reiterating what you think Paladine would want of you, it's as if she got a second wind all of a sudden just looking at you, and the confidence that you exude in that statement. She's like, I would like, if possible, to have a word with you, Bendix.
Yes. So
she
I,
pulls you
okay.
aside if you're willing, and she goes back to where they're stoking the hearth fire for cooking, which is, a good 15 feet away from everyone else in this large kitchen space. She's asked you, so you do truly believe in the old gods, then?
I do, yes.
I know you are new to the knighthood, and I'm on my way out, having retired in this post. I'm wondering, have you felt an intimate connection with Paladine? Have you felt the god touch you in any way?
I have, yes. So spiritually I have.
I do not know what this night will bring, or the next day, if there is in fact a dawning to come. But I will say that if I don't make it to whatever day follows this, could you perhaps look after Derrit? He's been studying as my squire unofficially, and he would very much like to enter the knighthood, as you have. And with your connection to the valiant warrior, perhaps you could steer his actions and his mind to a course that, if I'm incapable, I would genuinely appreciate it.
If that time comes, I'll take him in as my own and treat him and train him in the knighthood of Somalia.
Thank you very much. I do genuinely appreciate it. And she puts her hand out, sort of like reaching down to yours, and just sort of presses her hands around yours, just giving that earnest sense of, care and respect is what she's trying to exude from the look.
I look at her, but we need to prepare for the potential invasion of your city. More will be lost if we don't act quickly.
I understand. We have to wait for Cudgel. She has the only remnant of any force of any kind that could face off against these, if in fact her ironclad regiment has any loyal soldiers remaining. And about almost exactly that time, from out in the main chamber, you do hear the door bust open, and you hear that sort of gruff voice of Cudgel. Where's Mayor Raven? Where's Mayor Raven? And so just for you guys watching, this is Cudgel Iron Smile. She is a dwarf, short in stature, but she is the commander of the ironclad regiment that was betrayed.
Arjun will wave her towards the kitchen.
Okay, so you sort of peek your head out. You see that you bring her in, and you see that with her is this gentleman who is sort of looking around, and as he looks at you and you look at him, you immediately recognize him. This is Jaya Valdruz, and you hear him boastfully, like very loud, I don't believe, son of a bitch! And then, Cudgel sort of like elbows him in the ribs and like motions her hand all around. He's like, oh, sorry. Arjun, is that you? How is it possible you're alive?
I'm tougher than I look, James. It's good to see you too.
He moves forward and he just sort of embraces you as old veteran campaigners do. You guys move into the kitchen proper, and he sort of steps aside. He's like, I'll be damned. I thought for sure those ogres had your head.
They almost did, but here I am.
Well, I wish we could see each other under better circumstances. This
That
is
would have been nice.
as dire as it gets. Let's hear what Cudgel has to say. Cudgel comes in and she's like, if you two schoolboys are done catching up, we have a lot to talk about. She looks over at Becklin. Becklin, Bendix, please come over here. I have bad news for everyone. I just got back from my own rendezvous. It turns out that Draconis did in fact turn not just those assigned as the Istarian forces in High Hill, but there were others in my regiment that he had turned against them. With Jayev's help here, we were able to subdue all of the dissenters. I do have more than a few dozen loyal soldiers trained and ready, but I have worse news than even that. We were scouting northwest of the village, and we came across a massive encampment. This is a trained army that is off the coast that turned my soldiers. And she looks over at the mayor, and the mayor points over to Arjun and Bendix and Ulrich. They had just told me the same thing. I'm thinking perhaps if I draft a letter of just neutrality, perhaps the invading force, this army that you're both speaking of, perhaps they would just move past us and leave our villagers alone.
Let's be realistic. There's very unlikely chance that they will leave you alone. They're here. They're more than likely going to be coming here. So either you will bow to them or you will leave. Those are really our only two options.
If they were really that open to your neutrality, they would have sent a messenger the moment they set camp in that area.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think that's one way to look at it, but they're here to take this place in force, and anybody that's here left behind will die. They're gonna die. So
Perhaps
either
not die, but be taken as servants.
I fail to
I don't
see
know
how
if
that's a
that's-
better alternative.
it isn't. No,
And those are your options.
either we use your force to hold him off while we get everyone out, or we stay and defend this place and hold it off. Choice is yours. I'll back you up either way. I'm here. I don't like to run from a fight, but if we do, we can regroup and push back and regain the city if we do choose to leave.
Cudgel walks up to Raven, puts her hand on Raven's knee as Raven's sitting up on that the countertop. And she looks up at her and she's like, we're friends. We've been friends for a very long time. You cannot choose a position of just sitting and waiting. I feel responsible for the outcome. My soldiers, my regiment will stand and defend this village no matter what your choice is. If that means that we face off against the army, the invading army, then that is exactly what we will do. But I am here to support you in any decision you make. And Becklin walks over and stands amidst the heroes here, looking toward Raven. And she clearly has a dark countenance on her face. There is no standing aside in this battle. I think you understand that, Mayor. As the leader of your military here, of your militia here, I think our best course of action is possibly to either face off or flee. I do not see another recourse we could take.
We could surrender.
She sort of turns and looks over at you, and Cudgel sort of turns at the same time. And she sort of leans down and whispers so that it's not as audible. So, the Yalme, the cook, isn't hearing, and maybe even Raven in her state of shock isn't fully listening. And she's like, I have seen occupied villages before, and it ends with rape, with murder, with enslavement. That is not a viable option.
It will happen if we defend, it will happen if we don't.
I don't stand for this. I go, as the defender
I'm
of
simply
peace
being
and
realistic.
justice.
I'm giving out all the options.
Your opinion does matter here, but we have to think of the occupants here of this city and what's best for them. They've been here for a long time, and now there's a great chance of them getting pushed out, and that can't happen.
There's
if
another
they
thing
want to
we have.
stay, then that's what they will get.
There's another
If
thing
they
we have
want
to
to leave, then
consider
they
as
might
well.
live.
There's another thing we have to consider as well. It'll be far too easy for that army to cut down anyone that tries to flee by the northwest or by the north. Do we even have enough ships in harbor to get everyone across the river?
The mayor Raven finally lifts her head. You bring up a very interesting point, and it's something that we need to investigate in order to determine if it's even a possible solution. If we were to flee, how would we do so? How soon are they going to get to us? If they were, in fact, going to be marching on us? I'm not sure I understand. And at that point, you hear another door sort of being kicked in, and you hear that very loud voice. Ulrich, it's sort of etched into your mind just because he was mocking you as you were doing the fishing game. And Bendix, it's the voice of the man who you threw that eel at and sort of slapped him in the face with. And he's just sort of gruffly, "What is going on here, and why has no one consulted me about courses of action?" And he sort of stomps in. You hear people like waking up rudely. Again, this is like 3 a.m. at this point.
Oh my God, we'll wave him into. Just get out of the infirmary.
He sort of like uses his blustering, like large body to sort of bust his way in the door. "Now, Mayor, I demand an explanation at once. What is going on?" She's like, "Lord Baccharis, we are dealing with it. You need to just calm myself. I hear murder. I hear rumors of invading armies. Certainly something must be done about this. You must fight them. You can't just stand by and let this..." Excuse me, who are you?
Who told you there was an invading army?
I was about to ask the same thing.
You must understand, people are moving around this brass crab establishment. Word spreads. You came in bustling around. Someone came and told me.
This was a small group.
That's an awfully efficient informant group.
It's like,
And we
"I
only
am the
told one
Lord
person."
Baccharis. It is my job to be informed, and I am the only qualified person in this entire room to make decisions on behalf of Lord Raven, of Mayor Raven Vogler, who clearly is beside herself with hysteria."
I'm starting to grow impatient with his attitude.
I turn towards the paladin. I won't say anything if you
Understandably.
won't.
No, I do have a high intimidation. That may come into effect here. I do have my divine sense that's still turned on. Any spidey senses tingling on this guy?
This is not a good person at all. No, he's self-interested. He doesn't give a damn about anyone else.
All right. So, who else is in the room with us right now?
It is...
Arjun is going to look at the paladin and see that he's probably got this under control. He's gonna look at the 2 other friends of Ispin, and he's gonna go, "I'm gonna grab a torch. I'm gonna see how many ships we have in the harbor. I'll be back in about probably half an hour."
So
Galibrand is going to lean in towards the mayor and try to whisper to her. "You were the first person we ever informed about what we found. So, unless..."
Keep in mind that it was in the middle of the brass crab, and then you all moved in.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, he's probably got someone on the payroll.
I mean, that doesn't excuse his behavior. I don't want to put that out there.
So let's calm him down. I'm gonna do a persuasion check, and just let him know that we've seen a lot already for the amount of time that we've been here. What I haven't seen is your understanding and compassion towards the city that you should be supporting.
Okay.
As the paladin does that, Arjun's gonna go. He's gonna go and get a count of how many ships we got in the harbor, and he's gonna try and guesstimate how many people we could get out of the town.
Okay, I'm gonna deal with that in 1 second. Can I get a persuasion check, please?
Please roll high. Come on, today's the day, right? Today's the
it's gotta
day,
be
and
someday.
it is. Oh.
What'd you get?
All right, so now I got it. I got his focus.
What did you roll? A 24?
I rolled. Yeah, I got a.
Nice.
What did I? Yeah, so.
18 plus 6.
Yes.
So what did you say?
I just more or less, I'm just trying to get him to understand and get his focus and attention onto the problem, and not being combative about with the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I just more or less just You know, I understand that a lot's been going on, but since we've been here for 2 days, we've seen a lot that has happened within this city. We do have an army that's sitting just very close to you. What I haven't heard from you is anything that's been productive that's came out of your mouth so far. It just seems that you just want to take charge and do things, but I don't hear anything positive or anything that's actionable coming out of your mouth right now. So what do you have that can offer to us now, that can help us now with the city, the women and children, that can help us with the big problem that we're looking at right now? Can you help us, or do I have to go myself and take care of this?
But you, and it's not like
A simple yes or no will do.
I never. And he turns around and stalks out.
I guess that's a no. Okay, well, he took his ball and went and played somewhere else, people, so we'll let him throw his fit. At this point, I would turn to the mayor. How soon can we get, what's your direction? I'll back you up. I suggest that we evacuate. If you decide to stay, the impending army that's coming, who do we have now that can arm and help slow this impending invasion that's going to happen? Well, we can get the rest of the town out safely across the river, where we can build the defensive measures on that side and then work on an offensive later.
So before she can reply to you, Arjun, as you're leaving to go to the docks, you're almost bowled right into by this frantic citizen who just sweat, breathing heavy as if they've been running like, where's the mayor? Oh my, where's the mayor?
What's wrong?
I have news. So where's the mayor?
She's in the kitchen. What's
He
wrong?
like runs past. There's someone at the gates. There's someone at the front gates. And he like busts in, like looking around, sees the mayor. He's like, Mayor, there's a soldier at the front gates, right at the river gate. She's like,
soldiers or?
It's a sole messenger. It's just, they're just standing there. They demanded seeing the mayor. He just like stops for a second, lightheaded, sort of grabs the table that he's sort of standing in front of. And the mayor immediately jumps up off of the table, and she looks over at Becklin and Cudgel and all of you. It's like, are you going to come with me?
Yes, I'll back you up. I was just going to suggest this. Let's
Let's
go.
go.
Let's go as a group.
All right.
So, Arjun, did you want to continue to the docks? Did you want to continue to the docks, Arjun, or do you want to follow?
I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep count. We got to get a count of these boats. We got to know if evacuation is even an option. Because how long does it take to cross the river? An hour, 2 hours? That's too long.
Galabrand raised his hand. It took me about 20 minutes to cross the river on that pulley rope.
So as far as
maybe the druid can turn into a big sea turtle and put people on his back.
I don't think that's how that works.
He doesn't have the right.
It's like Mary Poppins or something.
Yeah, turn into a gigantic seahorse.
We need to know.
Yeah.
We need to know if evacuation is even an option.
So Arjun, what's your best score here? Wisdom, charisma, or intelligence?
They should all be +1. Yeah. All our 12s or 13s.
Okay. So give me a wisdom check then.
Wisdom check. I will use the inspiration I got last time on this. So that's a D6.
Got a 15? Did you roll that already? That came up quick.
So 17 total.
17.
All right.
Okay, so it's going to take you about an hour to determine the outcome of this. So you're not going to be involved in what's happening at the front gate during the duration of your inspections. But you're looking at this and you feel like you can kind of put like ropes and rings of small boats and corral floating massive logs all together to create this sort of makeshift, very large raft. And you sort of guesstimate you might be able to fit like 200 people on it. So that's a very solid option for helping get a lot of people out of the city or village.
Well, the initial intention was like, how many ships do we have already in harbor right now that we could basically bribe to get as many people out of here as possible?
Yeah.
But if I'm not seeing anything bigger than like a pontoon boat, then yeah, that would probably large rafts would probably be our best option. That was the idea.
Right. So the amount of ships that are in this harbor, and there are a lot, but they're like fishing boats and stuff, and not really of substantial size to carry massive amounts of people. 1 or 2 at a time. Some of them, maybe 5. But the way that you're sort of looking at this is, you could probably MacGyver a massive flotilla of some sort if you just combined it all together in some way. And you're just sort of, processing this. I'm going to pick up with everyone else, and then we'll have you join here in just a minute as the time is moving. All right. So all of you are moving to the front gate. This is the front gate here. Again, this is night. The sun should be rising at some point. It is still just sort of spitting rain. It's very, lightly falling down. The sense that you had, the smells that you had experienced when you first came to town were welcoming ones. Food being cooked in the morning, bread baking, the scent of cooking fish, and just the salt of the sea. At this point, everything's sort of soured. It might be exposure to those sort of seaside smells. It could just be the emotions of everything happening, or maybe just the sense of copper in the air from all the blood that's been spilled is just permeating your minds. But there's this sort of almost wretched scent that is just hovering all over this front gate space. And the clouds are really dark. The breeze is sort of pushing the spitting rain down in your face, and it's a little bit frustrating. These gates, of course, have long been embedded in the ground in the open shape, and so there's no closing them at all. And on the other side, you see this sole figure standing or sitting on their horse beneath the carvings of a leaping fish of this gate etched into Vogler's open wooden gate. A human in black and red scale mail sits astride an armored war horse. She holds out a rolled parchment and calls out, "Who among you speaks for this village?" And the mayor sort of...
Before that happens, could I roll a stealth check? Galabrand doesn't fully trust this, so he's going to try and be...
This is happening as you see it. So if you want to roll a stealth check, you can do it at this point, but you didn't see any of that until this very moment. So, you wouldn't be able to determine whether or not you were uncomfortable with it until now. So if you want to try to do a stealth check, there's enough people here that you would be able to do it if you roll well enough. So go ahead and give me a stealth check.
I got an 18.
Nice. Okay. So yeah, you sort of just blend in with the crowd, and you're clearly not being noticed by anyone.
All right.
As she says that, the mayor sort of wipes, down, sort of straightening herself out, and Becklin and Cudgel are walking right behind her, and they stop at the gate, and the mayor walks up toward the horse, reaches up. I am the mayor of this village. My name is Ravenuth Vogler. Who are you?" And the woman just sort of looks down her nose and just hands the document and just sort of gets herself comfortable in the saddle and just sort of looks down. And so the mayor just without getting any answer from her, turns back to all of you and starts walking back to you as she's opening this. She opens it up and she just sort of looks around. She's like, "I suppose I'll read it out loud. People of Vogler, by the orders of Beliphaon, the voice of Takhisis, you will quarter the soldiers of the invincible Red Army this night. Refuse and die. This is the Dragon Queen's will." She looks back. "The Dragon Queen? What? Quarter the soldiers? What do you mean?" And the woman just sort of looks down at her, just "I believe it was very clear. I am here to ensure that no one leaves until my army arrives at the doorstep tonight. So, make up your minds. If you refuse, you will die. Otherwise, I hope you get your cooks in order and the rooms tidy." And she just sort of comfortably sits there. She turns back to you guys. "We should probably speak about this in private." Is anyone there?
I'm here. I agree.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, we follow wherever she wants to go.
She just walks away. She doesn't really know what to do. Becklin sort of stands there, and she's like, "I think I'm going to stay here and just make sure. I'm just going to stay here. Let me know your decision." And she just sort of folds her arms in front of her chest and just sort of leans against the gate post and stares at this soldier that's just camping on her horse right at the front. Raven ends up, walking just sort of slowly and sort of leaning over to, just sort of talking amongst everyone that's walking with her. What do you think? Perhaps we could just have them come here and and stay, and they won't kill us or anything. I mean, we could avoid the entire situation. That would be ideal, right?
They would have never came the first time and have attacked us the way that they did.
But they
They're
didn't
not-
attack us. It was the Ironclads regiment that attacked us.
This army's
By their
different.
influence.
I don't trust them. They're gonna come in here. They're gonna take order. You're gonna be under their law, and their law is gonna be by force. You're gonna see a lot of pain and suffering if you submit to this.
The Dark Queen doesn't want subjects. The Dark Queen wants slaves.
That's exactly what's gonna happen. Think of your women and children. Think of the children. What's gonna happen here if you agree to this? They will live under this law.
Can I get a perception check from you, Bendix?
Sure. Perception. Why am I having such a hard time trying to find it? Found it. And ooh, hey, make up for last week.
You feel your
21.
attention pulled to the keep, and you look back at the keep, and for the briefest of moments, the rising sun, is finally peeking just through this moment, this sort of break in the clouds that doesn't seem to be anywhere else. And this brilliant light beam is just sort of shining down at the very top of this tower. And you don't know why. You're not sure you're even actually seeing what you're seeing. But there's this sort of old man just standing up on the top of the tower. You see between the parapets is this sort of mousy robe and this ridiculous wide-brimmed pointy hat that just blows right off of his head. And the clouds sort of swallow that light and it disappears. And again, you just now, instead of seeing that figure, you're just seeing a catapult up there. You're not sure you even saw what you think you saw, but your attention was pulled in that just one moment that just is now past. So Arjun, this is about the time when they're getting to the Brass Crab. You're now returning from the docks after your studying of the boats and stuff, and you've arrived as well. And Raven and them are all discussing options. Cudgel speaks up. There's no way that we're going to be able to have them here and even possibly fight them off if they decide to, at that point, attack us. The only chance we have is to stand against them, and we can't do that with her standing at that front gate. How am I supposed to leave to go get my soldiers? Jaev walks out after hearing you guys talking. He's like, well, we could kill her. And Raven's like, that would start a war. I'm not going to preemptively start a war. They haven't told us that they want to kill us at all. They just want to have someone to sleep for the evening. Like, that's all the note says. Read it yourself. And Cudgels sort of looks at him knowingly and looks back at you guys and, what do you think?
Well, they already have a place to sleep for the evening, so I believe it's deceptive in what they're saying.
I don't believe a word of it.
They mean to occupy your city without
By
losing any
force.
of their men.
So let's just say, for argument's sake, if I do entertain the idea of evacuating our people, which I do not think is a viable option, then that means that we have to stand off against them long enough to get our people out. Which means then that, Cudgel, you will have to return to your camp and get all of the remaining soldiers back here to defend against them. But she's in the way. If we kill her, that will set off a chain of events preemptorily. So how are we possibly going to get around this?
How about we delay her
What do you mean?
and distract her? There may be a way we can grab her attention and divert her attention and focus in a different area while you prepare.
See, Darrett walks out. I'm so sorry. I was sleeping. The exhaustion of the day. I heard screaming about the gate. What happened at the front gate? And as Cudgel shortly addresses him and gives a very brief, cutting answer, he sort of looks around. Where's Becklin? She's at the front gate. He's like, against the army? Is there an army? It's like, no, it's not an army, kid. Don't worry about it. She's going to be fine. She's just watching the soldier at the front gate. He's like, I'm going.
Might challenge her to a duel.
He like runs
Messenger.
away from all of you toward the front gate.
Eklund is the Knight of Solamnia, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's more than capable of handling herself.
The only way a Knight of Solamnia is going to be able to try and to give the Ironclad Regiment time to get ready is if she challenges the messenger to a duel.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way I can think of.
Right.
By the way, I took a look at the boats that we have out in the harbor. It's going to be rough, but if we fashion a lot of them with ropes and spare wood that we have in the town, we should be able to get 150 to 200 people across on basically the largest makeshift raft you have ever seen, if not more than one. But as
that's very helpful, actually.
And as our friend here pointed out, it takes 20 minutes. It takes 20 minutes to make the journey across the river. So that means 20 there, 20 back, 20 there, 20 back.
But that was for the size of a smaller boat.
Right. So it might take even longer. So if we start evacuating people now, and it's going to take that army 2, maybe 3 hours to get here, we might just have enough time. And we might only have to hold them off for a little while.
Cudgel speaks up. The only way we're going to hold them off is if I get my soldiers here. We have to get through her somehow or around her. If I take a boat, it's going to take way too long before I can get to my encampment. And they'll probably see me if they're already on the march. The only way I see this turning out is getting through her. So if you have a plan to distract her, I will go get my mercenaries and we will defend while all of you get these citizens to safety. And the mayor speaks up. The only way we're getting anyone to safety is if we inform all of the residents, and no one knows of this plan as of yet. I need someone to help go around and collect all of the citizens into the central square so we can address this problem head on. Who can help me with that?
I can assist.
I'm going to need someone to go look for more boats. 200 is a great number, and you've come up with a great solution. But we've got 400 citizens left in Vogler that we have to get across that river. Who can help go back down to the docks and try to figure out some other ways of getting more boats or perhaps getting more people across?
Derek can turn into a jellyfish.
This is not the time to joke, sir.
Probably another set of eyes to look at the problem would be good on the docks. Druid, could you do that?
I can help however I need it.
And if the Knight of Solamnia up at the gate hasn't challenged our visitor to a duel, then I'll do it.
I'll do it. I'm up for a fight. It's gonna. That's part of the plan. It's just to divert her.
Aren't you going to get all the people together in the town square though?
That's true. I can't be at. Can you handle the fight? Can you keep her occupied while I get the people's attention and let them know what the plan is?
I haven't even seen her, so I don't know how she fights, but I can keep her occupied long enough for Miss Ironclad here to get to her regiment.
You see
Adam, I have a question here.
Yeah.
If he does challenge and gets to the duel, can I cast Bless? Even though the distance is would the distance still work?
You would have to cast it.
It wouldn't last long enough.
That's in this version. That's radiated from you, right?
It's 3
feet. The initial cast has to be within 30 feet, but it only lasts for 1 minute.
That's a long time. I mean, that's 1 minute's a long time in D&D time.
Yeah, but you would have to be in melee for that.
It takes you 10 minutes. It takes you 10 minutes to get to the gate, though.
Yeah, that's you would have to be at the gate to cast it as he starts fighting, if that were a case.
That's a good point. Okay.
So as you guys are saying that, you hear behind you walking in the door, the Solamnic Knight is not at the front gate. I do not think that messenger wants anything to do with us. In fact, I'm not entirely sure she even wants to be here, but she's doing her job, and that's sitting there watching. You see her try to, like as if she was to say something, then quiets back down. She looks over at you, Becklin. May I speak to you in private? And she walks to the kitchen. Cudgel looks over. I don't know if you're going to actually get a duel out of that person. If it's a messenger, it's a messenger. They're not. She may not even be a warrior.
Then the mayor can arrest me for murder. It's fine. Either way
I do
it
not
works.
want to. I don't want to start a war. You will not be murdering anyone in front of my. That will preemptively start. We have to get our citizens ready
Do
before
you want
anything
your
happens.
soldiers in position or not?
These soldiers need to be in
Another
position before the
alternative-
army happens.
Another alternative we could do, if we spook their horse, it will take them 3 hours to get back to their encampment.
I turn
If
to Derek's character. You do enjoy animals and speaking with them. Is there a way you can be a horse whisperer and gain friendship with the horse and have the horse come to us into the gate, through the gate?
Or just run off into the wild.
Well, let's put it this way. I can speak to the horse, but depending on how well the horse is trained, I cannot control the horse. The horse would have to be willing to
It's
follow
not
my
charm.
directions.
It's just speak.
Right. So it's maybe more or less he can persuade the horse with
Or
his
instead
abilities.
of trying to talk to the horse, we can spook the animal.
Anybody got a pack of firecrackers?
Well, if it was
Oh
me
my God.
and I was leading an army, I wouldn't have one person watching the gate. I would have one person who they saw watching the gate, and I would have hundreds of others watching in the distance. So spooking the horse, I think, is a plan that's not going to really make a difference.
I think the challenge would be better.
If there was a way
the
to
mayor
to
looks
travel,
over at you as you guys are talking, and she looks over at you, Bendix. She's like, I would like you to start gathering all of our citizens if you can. You can either do it door by door or however you like, but we need to start getting people together and letting them know what's going on and what they're going to be doing. It's going to take an infinitely long time to get all of these people, and we only have until nightfall before the army is
We
supposed to
should
be here.
start now. Do we have a way, a town bell or something that can alert them
Yes, I do.
in case? I think we should ring that and get everyone's attention.
So she leaves to go to the main city center.
Okay.
That sort of
I'll join
entrance.
her to help out with conversation with that. And then it looks like Arjun, are you gonna? I don't think persuading the horse, distracting the horse is gonna do us much good. I know the mayor doesn't want war. However, that's coming, regardless if we want it or not.
If you really want, I can promise you that I won't kill the person I challenge, if that makes it better. I just need to distract her long enough for. I keep forgetting the regiment's leader's name.
JF?
Cudgel.
Cudgel.
JF is
Long
her
enough for
lieutenant.
long enough for Cudgel to get to her men. Just have to distract them. Distract them long
gonna
enough for you to
calm
ask.
the mayor's emotions. I guess that would be another persuasion.
I could go to Cudgel's
Honestly,
men.
at this point, you see she's confirmed with what she wants to do. She's not confused. She is intent on purpose. That's why she was
Okay.
telling you guys to stop talking and just to go get the people ready so she can tell them what's happening. Her
All
plan
right.
is to evacuate. She just needs someone to go down to the docks to find out how we can get 200 more people in one single push out of here, and how we can have someone sort of corral all of the citizens together, and ultimately
Arjun's already
she's moving. She's ready to move.
Yeah, Arjun's already looked at the docks, so we'll probably need another set of eyes to look at the problem too, just from a different perspective.
Yeah. So Ulrich, he had asked you to go. Are you going to go do that?
Sure, I will head out if there's no other discussion.
Yeah, it's up to everyone else whether you want to continue talking. Just a reminder, Bendix, Becklin did ask you to talk with her in private as she left into the kitchen before the mayor left, and asked you to go to the city center and ring that bell.
All right. So I'm on my way, and I'm gonna ring the bell.
All right. In that case, Arjun will go to the gate just to, if nothing else, just to get a good look at who we might be fighting here in a moment.
Okay.
Is the
So,
Cudgel coming too?
yeah, Cudgel and Jayev are going to be going with you.
Okay, good.
What are you doing, Galibrand?
Well, seeing as how I haven't really have anything to do, if Becklin needs to talk to the Solamnic Knight, I could be ringing the bell.
It's up to you guys. What do you want to do?
Do you want to go talk to the Knight,
Bendix?
Do I?
Becklin? Yeah. Do you want to go talk to the Knight while I ring the bell? And then once
That's
you're done,
fine.
you come out and give your speech.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll go talk to the knight.
Okay.
All right, I'll be going with the mayor to ring the bell.
So
So you,
probably, I guess just really listening to you, that there's probably other, well, not you, but just what Adrian was saying is that there could be others that are watching us from
Ulrich did bring that up.
outside of, and this guard is just, I'm not sure what her purpose is or why she's here, but I'll go up there and I'll
it's pretty
confront
clear
her.
what she's doing. I mean, she's a messenger. You know, she delivered her
Okay.
And
message,
she's keeping watch.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm at the point now where I'm starting to, I have patience, but it's starting to, it's wearing thin, seeing what the chaos that has ensued because of the course of the decision, not decisions, but the actions that this particular messenger has said. So I'm going to go up to the city gates.
okay.
Let her know.
Oh, so you're not going to go talk to the Knight?
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, to the knight. So that's where I'm going. So where's this knight at?
so
I thought that was at the
Becklin-
city gates. I thought that was the messenger. I'm
No,
confused.
Becklin, the Solamnic Knight, walked in, told you she wanted to talk with you, and went to the kitchen.
Okay.
The messenger is a messenger.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah,
okay.
you'll
So
need
I'm
to
going to
talk
talk
to-
to the Solamnia Knight then.
Okay. So you walk in there, and she looks up at you, and she's like, "We need to focus on getting all of the civilians out of here as safely as possible. If this ends up with the army getting to Vogler beforehand, my duty is to stay here and fight. I implore you to help save these citizens and have that be your focus. You stand for possibility of life and peace in the darkness that is surrounding us even now. Please stand up and be that beacon of hope that these civilians desperately need in this hour."
I understand. I'll take that, and then I will help in getting this town out of safety. In the meantime, if you can hold the line and prevent them from gaining any ground or even entering the city, that would really help us out a great deal.
I will do my very best. If this does end in battle, I need you to know that I have a package, a box up in my keep, in my personal chambers on the 3rd floor. If this goes south, as I suspect it might, and I don't make it out of this, as you had already accepted in watching Derrit and perhaps guiding him in some manner, I have a package in my chamber for him. If you could be so good before you evacuate to collect that package, I would be in your debt.
I would be happy to do that.
Thank you very much. And she turns and she's like, "I'm going to the city center. We must try to calm these citizens once they hear this news." Ulrich, as you go down to the docks, what would you prefer, a charisma check or an intelligence check?
I don't know if I like either of those, to be completely honest.
In that case, dealer's choice. Give me an intelligence check.
All right, sounds good. Let's see. Intelligence check. Now, did I do that off of the? Yeah, right there.
Investigation, if you have it.
Investigation?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got a 9.
9. Okay. Yeah, you're sort of staring off at this dock, and you're just like, I don't really know how else we could arrange, to get more citizens out at once. Like, you feel like the plan that Arjun had asked or suggested is a sound one. Unfortunately, it only leaves half the citizens here.
I have to step away for a minute, guys. Sorry.
No problem.
So, I'm not a nautical engineer, so, yeah, good idea. Not sure what I can do.
Okay, so we are, we're getting close to our 2-hour limit here for the first break. Do you guys want to take a break now, or do you want to keep going for a little bit?
Sure, let's take a break now.
Okay.
That sounds fine.
So everyone, we will be back here in just a little bit. Remember, your mics are hot, so if you can mute them as you're on break, I'd appreciate it. We will be returning here in just a moment. Thank you guys so much for tuning in live.
Are we on a break? Is that what's going on here, team? Okay. I had I don't know if anybody knew, but someone drove through my fence line. I had a car park in my backyard.
All right, we are back, everyone. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope everything went well with the car. Situation?
No, that got towed. So that kid lost his car. That got impounded.
Oh my god.
But my fence line has been waiting to be repaired for almost for 2 months now. So that phone call was another guy I had to rehire, and he's going to get my fence repaired within a week.
Oh wow.
So yeah, I've got dogs, and one of my dogs took off on me. A little jerk. He'll take off. He'll do what he wants. Next thing I know, he's all the way down the canal road, and get your little butt over here. And he takes forever to come back. And then he stops, sniffs something else. I'm like, oh man, little jerk. But no, anyways. But we got it all taken care of, so we're good. Good.
Okay, well, let's get back into it then. Who was headed to the front gate again? It was Arjun?
Yes.
Arjun and the Cudgel, yep.
Okay, so let's deal with that. You guys go up to the front gate while the mayor is headed up to the city center, followed by Bendix. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, Galibrand, what were you doing?
As well as, I was also going to be going to the, I was going with the mayor.
Okay. And then, Ulrich, you had figured out that you don't really have much of a plan. What are you doing at this point?
I'm just looking around. I mean, is there anything that jumps out at me as something that could be useful to help our situation?
Well, I mean, other than the plan that's in motion, it is in motion. That's kind of on you guys to determine. The mayor has told you what she wants and expects. Everyone is sort of executing. We're not sure what's happening at the front gate. We're not there yet, but that's an option that you could explore if you wanted to go up there. You could always go to the city center to help them out. Or if you just want to kick tires around the docks and maybe try to find a different plan that you didn't see before, you're welcome to try that too.
Well, I look over towards the front gate, and I don't know. I guess I'll head slowly that direction. I don't see anything I can really do other than, yeah.
Right. So this is the front gate here, just for everyone watching. This is the brass crab where most of us have been sitting and talking. Right now, the mayor is headed over to that city center there. And other than the heroes that are going there to join her to try to collect up the different residents of this town this very, very early morning, everyone else is moving over to the gate. So we're going to deal with the group in the city center first, because it takes longer to get to the gate than it does there, and then we'll deal with the gate afterward. So one thing that we should you would definitely consciously know, is that you were told not to let anyone leave, and that the army will be here by nightfall of today, which is the very beginning of the day today. If the city center bell starts ringing, that could be a cue about something that the Dragon messenger, the Dragon Army messenger here, wants to take action on or do something about, because it clearly means that you guys are doing something other than just relaxing and getting stuff ready for them to occupy. So understand tipping your hand is a thing. So what's that?
Didn't the messenger say to get our cooks and rooms all prepared? So we would have to gather up the people to tell them that. So unless they expect us to do it door to door, the bell should be fine.
It's a fair assumption.
Smart thinking.
Okay, so we're getting to the Raven is at the city center, and she's looking around. Of course, she's like her house, which is the mayor's house right here. She has civilians that stay in there when they're down on their luck, or when people come into town, they don't have anywhere else to stay. She's very open with her home. Again, this is her town that she loves the residents of, and their safety is number one in her mind. So she tells you she'll be right back. Just go ahead and ring the bell and collect the citizens. She goes in there and she's gently waking people up that are staying in her home and getting people's attention to come out. This is hot on the heels of that tragic day yesterday. So emotions are sort of just drained away. The energy is sort of drained away from everyone. You know, you heroes are pretty fine with what you're doing because you're used to insane activity like this. But these citizens are fishermen. They're cooks. They're bakers. They're not warriors or fighters or adventurers. And so they've barely had time to sleep off the chaos of the previous day. And now you're trying to get their attention again. So just temper expectation, I suppose. So you get there. Do you ring the bell? Anyone? Bueller?
You said you want to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So you get up there, you start ringing the bell. Ding, 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 ding. You see a little candlelight opening, sort of filling windows all around you. People start to coming out, wandering out. This is very early morning. The sun is barely rising. So people who are normally out fishing, who aren't wounded or, starting their day, have already started, but that's not the entirety of the town. So you're waking a lot of people up. They're really tired and sort of, they're wondering, they're emotionally exhausted. It's sort of like a group of zombies just sort of walking up to the dude ringing the bell. Like, what's going on? Why are you waking us up so early? I should be paying attention to my food. The fish don't cook themselves. What's happening?
I gently and calmly explain to them the situation, what's happening, and why we're doing this.
So as you start explaining to everyone, no, calm. Actually, tell me exactly what you say. I'm curious.
Oh boy.
You're all gonna die.
Yeah, you're all gonna die if you don't move right now. So put down the eel food and let's get going.
Put down the eel food. A dude's just gnawing on an eel. What? It's
yeah,
good.
Yeah, I bet. It's shockingly good. I explained to them that there is a pending invasion from an army that's encamped not too far from our town. The mayor and the leadership of this town is highly recommending that all citizens of this town, I'm trying to look for, what's the name of this town again? Boy, I'm so bad with names. Vogler is to head to the docks for immediate evacuation.
People are still sort of coming in, as you're explaining this to the people already here, and you hear over on the what's going on? Who is that person? I have no idea. He just rang the bell and he started telling us we're going to be evacuated. What are you talking about? And the mayor comes out of her home and she's like, thank you very much. Sorry, I'm getting my accents mixed up. Thank you, Bendix. I think I can take it from here. She stands up on a little pedestal. You see colorful Kingfisher festival decorations still covering the village circle and the festival stage. Unlike the day before, the people collected in this village center are somber and muttering in worried tones as the mayor takes the stage. She doesn't mince any words, and she's as direct as you were to the first group that came. And now as more and more people are coming, she's just sort of welcoming them in. Please, bunch up near the front here. Don't stand in the back. We need everyone to hear this all at once. Please, come on, come on. And she just straight up says, a dangerous army is headed toward Vogler. The Ironclad Regiment will do what it can to defend Vogler if we can get them out of those front gates. But we must be ready to flee. Following the mayor's report, the locals are just sort of standing in stunned silence, and you hear people see, I told you, that's what that dude said. I can't, wait, and then there's just a cacophony of people screaming out, we can't abandon, this is our home, where are we going to go? This is where my father's father grew up. I can't abandon my business, this is my livelihood. Where are we supposed to go? Who's going to accept us? We can't wander the wilderness. And she's like, calm down, everyone, calm down. So as that's happening, Arjun and whoever else, I can't remember at the moment, was going up to the front gate.
It was just Arjun and Cudgel.
Okay. So, and Jayev was going up there as well. And you see Darrett who had come back with Becklin as Becklin went in the kitchen. He was just sort of standing around. He's going to follow you to the front as well. So you guys are going up to the front gate. You hear the ringing. You hear people like sort of muttering and like wandering toward the town center. Some people are passing, like, what's going on?
The mayor wants to talk to you, all of you. You better get to it.
Okay, thanks. And you see him sort of running off, going down. Jayev is just like, this reminds me of the time when that Taman Busik hobgoblin tribe invaded Solamnia back, what was that, 15 years ago, 10 years ago?
that was a while ago.
Bunch of people running with their heads cut off. If we can get past this woman, our soldiers will hold that army. I guarantee it. Cudgel sort of looks up and shakes her head a little bit. She's like, you might be a little overconfident on that one. I'm willing to stand and die for this town, but I don't think we're going to live through the night. And he looks down. He's like, I've had a good life.
Arjun will look back to the both of them. I'm counting on you both, all right? Because I don't know what's going to happen in this duel, but I can promise you this. I will get her eyes on me. Once you see an opportunity to slip past her, you take it. And if she sees you, well, then it's do or die for me. Doesn't make sense for a mercenary like me to put his life on the line for no promise of payment, but
yeah, we're with you right there.
Good. This just feels right.
I don't even know why you're doing this. I got to be honest. Why are you doing this? Yeah, actually, that's a very good question. Last time we were together, we wheeled and dealed our way out of a bad situation, but I'd never known you to stand on principle.
That's what it's been when we're on it.
Didn't know the man.
You don't think Ispen wouldn't be doing the exact same thing I'm about to do?
I'm sure he would.
He'd have done it drunk and blind.
And he probably wouldn't have had pants on.
And probably wouldn't have had pants on.
So she sort of chuckles to herself at the memory of those stories. You guys get to the gate, and that lady is just sitting in her saddle, sort of like stretching her back every once in a while, and then just sort of settling back in, looking down at you.
All right. So Arjun's going to start walking up to her. And so it's definitely a woman, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You could tell by her voice, but just her facial features behind her helmet and everything, it's definitely a woman. As you start approaching, she whistles like really loudly. She's like, and up on the ridgeline, well, I can show you right here. Up on this ridgeline right here, you see 4 soldiers come up with javelins pulled back ready, looking down. She's like, what can I do for you?
Oh, wow. You need men to do your fights for you? Wow, that's cute. That is so cute. I swear. I was wondering who you were, but now it's obvious. You're obviously your unit's boot. You get all the shit jobs. Clearly, it's because you're a woman. I mean, obviously, you couldn't handle all the heavy lifting. That, obviously obviously, there's a lot of heavy lifting that comes with being in the military, obviously. And of course, you get saddled with this job because you just can't handle it. I get it.
This explains why Arjun is single for almost his whole life.
This definitely explains it.
Funny. Give me a persuasion check.
Something he's actually okay at. Well, here we go. I'm sure I cursed myself.
You can
now.
do it.
15.
15.
It's not
Give
bad.
me 1 second. Okay, you see fire behind her eyes starting to just inflame as she's sitting there sort of uncomfortably moving. She's like, I'm not here to mince words, nor am I here to listen to some poor little Welsh who's about to get crushed. I'm here to deliver a message.
Because I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, except I did. Because I literally do not give a shit about your message or whatever bullshit thing that they have you do. I'm literally just standing here, talking to you, but you having your men up there threatening me instead of doing it yourself. I just find that incredibly humorous. Like, does anyone else find this humorous? Yeah, do you guys find this humorous?
I find
Like,
it very humorous.
Yeah,
Jeff.
exactly. So you have to have
Speaks up.
men do your fights for you.
Let me
So
find
why are
the
you wearing that
character real
uniform again?
quick. Give me 1 second. Just moving you over here. Can you see this?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
So as you go up, she's sitting there. You see those 4 up there, and she turns her head up and looks at them, and it's initiative. So go ahead and roll initiative for me, please.
Yep.
I answered the Conan theme music.
Aha, it does work. Okay, good.
Right clicker, add turn. Oh shit, we got the same one. Here, just roll again. Let's see
Oh,
if
okay.
we can
Yeah,
break
yeah.
that tie.
It's an 11 this time.
That breaks it. Okay, so they're going to go after you as you're taunting her. So, she's sitting there. They're sitting up there. What do you do?
What do? I pull out a glove. And I'm just going to throw it at the feet of her horse.
Very Victorian of you.
Yes, very Victorian. It's just all about making sure she's angry enough to take it. That's all it's all about.
Gotcha.
And I just got to trust that the other two will know when to slip by, and I'm just gonna kind of come over here. Actually, no, they might stick to that wall where
They're
the
at
others
the top
might.
of that cliff.
Well, no. I'm not talking about these dudes. I'm talking about Cudgel and
Gotcha.
and the other two, because if they go by the western wall, they'll get spotted by these dudes. But if they stick to the wall closest to the javelin dudes, they might be able to move unnoticed. So we're gonna move over here, draw all the eyes to me as I flank around her horse, and just be like, "What you gonna do about it? I'm right here." I'm okay with her taking the first hit or making the first attack.
Well, you've moved already, and you persuaded her. You sort of goaded her as your action into action.
Yeah, that's fine.
On her turn, she looks up at them, and you see them pull back with javelins and all loose in perfect unison. I mean, these are trained soldiers, and it looks like they are trained in what they're doing. So this first one is letting loose.
Oh boy, here we go.
Here we go. And what's your armor class, please?
Armor class is 19.
Very nice. So this first one, the javelin lands right at your feet. The second javelin lands right next to your foot, right next to the other one. I'm losing my sight here on where these are. That's another miss. You're just like way too far. They have to like arc it over her. Let's see, where is the stinking things? They're at a disadvantage because they're so far away. Yeah, all 4 of the javelins, they're like, and just in unison, like all of them just land right in front of you, and you see her. Oh, geez. Immediately turn and charge. So that's 60. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. So she's literally just charging away as these guys just threw down javelins at you. It is your turn. You see Jayev and Cudgel walking out and he's like skating this edge of the outer wall out here, going to the base of this ridgeline.
Excellent. All right. Oh, and a coward too. Got it.
It's your turn. What do you want to do?
Oh, let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Just make sure they don't look in the direction of the people that are trying to sneak away.
Right. Okay.
And then
I mean,
Why
30's a full turn, right? of moving?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So on their turn, you actually hear Jayev and Cudgel like up against the wall itself, like sort of moving as fast as their bodies will go as they're trying to stay out of the sight line of the soldiers up on the ridgeline itself. And these guys, they're too far away for a good shot at you, but they're all throwing down at you. So the first one with disadvantage.
Well, I was about to say I still had my crossbow, but maybe it just takes me a minute to get it out. Maybe that's probably what's going on.
Okay, I mean, if you move 30 feet, then you wouldn't be able to do anything else. But if you only move 15, then
fair.
you could.
No. I moved the 30, so that works. Yeah.
Okay, and you said it was 16 was your armor class?
19.
19. Okay, so that first one misses yet again. The second one misses yet again. This disadvantage is brutal. They're throwing these javelins, and you're doing your best to sort of like stand out of the way. You see it coming right to your head, and you're sort of ducking down and, you know, dodging this stuff like some sort of like Shaolin monk or something. Just doing your best to move out of the way, and every single one of them are just thunk, 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 thunk all around you. It looks like one of those light brights of just putting little pins in the ground all around you, and you're just like, wah! Just chasing this girl. On her turn, I mean, there's no way you'll catch up. She just goes another 60. I mean, it's past the map here.
Okay.
She just
wow,
goes
what
out.
a coward.
So it's your turn. You see Cudgel and them still moving along. It doesn't look like these guys have paid any attention to them at all.
Okay.
And they're completely out of the sight line, too. I mean, they would have to lean over and look down while they're actually paying attention to you up here.
Okay, well, in that case, I'm just going to move 15, because I'm not going to catch her. And I'm just going to stay, actually, I'm going to stay towards this back wall and just be like, what? Are you guys going to actually try or not? Because now I'm offended.
Okay. You're like right across, and you see Jayev like looking, like trying to get your attention in his eyes. And as soon as you just sort of glance, even just remotely briefly, he's just like, like sneaking along the edge.
Yeah.
You see them sort of back up off that ridgeline. And that's the end of initiative order.
Fantastic. I'm going to go get a drink as I'm running away. I'm just going to yell at them. I'm going to go get a drink.
You all suck. Nice. Okay.
Not exactly what I had planned, but
Right. I mean, it got them out. It worked. All right. So back at the central, the center of the city here, people are freaking out. They need... Raven looks over at you, Galibrand and Bendix, and asks, could you please try to calm these citizens? Just walk amongst them and try to assuage any frustrations or anything like that.
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much. As you're going around to do that, I just need like a charisma check from both of you. Or, you know, if you have persuasion, that would be fine as well.
Can I roll my charisma check? It's higher.
Yeah.
12.
Okay. So you're calming down some people that weren't completely hysterical, but some people are still sort of beside themselves, a little bit out of their minds with the chaos of the moment here. Galibrand, can I get a persuasion check from you? Just let me know what it is.
Was I muted?
Yeah.
I got a 7.
7? Okay. Yeah, you're not really doing a good job trying to calm anyone down, and in some cases you're actually making them a little bit more concerned, freaking everyone else out. And then we see the Baccharuses. Lord Baccharis and Baccharis the Younger come strolling out. Younger Baccharis has his thumbs in his suspenders that he's wearing, looking around at the chaos, and he's like, I was pretty sure that they only wanted to sleep here the night. And now you're riling up everyone unnecessarily, trying to get them to abandon their homes. These people have worked hard to get to where they are. And you see Baccharis, the older gentleman, Lord Baccharis, is like, my son is telling the truth. I think we should stay and greet these soldiers They didn't show any signs of wanting any harm. He's to citizens all around like, yeah, no, they bring up a good point. I mean, if they just want to stay here, we could let the army stay here and we could serve them food and they'll move on. It'll be fine. And people are starting, riling themselves up like, yeah, well, why should we listen to the mayor in this particular case? What are you guys going to do? Bendix
I
or
look
Galabrand?
towards him. I look towards Bendix. You were the first one to talk. Maybe you should go ahead and say more. You know how they can't feed over 1,000 soldiers.
Good
Yeah,
point.
I just let them know that this is in our best interest and what's safety for the town and for the people of, that we need to proceed in an orderly manner, remain calm as we move towards evacuation.
Can I get a persuasion check, charisma?
Yeah.
Could I give him some advantage or
Yeah.
some assistance?
Yeah, with your help. So give me a persuasion with advantage.
You want persuasion? Okay, now charisma. Okay.
Isn't persuasion charisma?
I was just
Yeah,
gonna roll
I
straight
believe-
charisma check, just to roll.
Go ahead.
14.
Okay.
You do have
So
advantage.
you're calming some people down,
rolled
and
it.
you're sort of like regaining control of the narrative, and telling people not to listen to Lord Baccharis and Baccharis the Younger. They clearly don't know what they're talking about. You're a seasoned veteran. Mayor Raven is always taking care of the citizens here. Why would she lead you astray now? She's only looking at the best interest of everyone here present and trying to calm everyone down. And it seems to be working for the most part as Baccharis walks up to the mayor. I think you've done enough damage here, ma'am. I think perhaps I should take over and lead this group to victory. I say we stand against these beasts if we do not want to welcome them with open arms as they've peacefully asked. And the mayor is just sort of like beside herself. Oh, you've lost your mind, Lord Baccharis. This is our lives we're talking about. There's no way they're going to come in here and just pat us on the back and thank us for the good help and the food and take in our homes. They're never going to leave. And if anyone's going to be a slave, it's going to be all of us under their banner. Is that what you want? To be conscripted to fight the very people that we've lived our lives protecting? He's like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're clearly hysterical, woman. You guys do anything?
Is he running his mouth again, this clown?
It's all he's good at.
Okay.
Arguably not even
him. I'm gonna, instead of doing a persuasion, and I think now it's gonna turn to an intimidation check. I'm just gonna look at him, give him a glare, and then say, wasn't our last conversation enough from what I said to you, or do we need to take this a step further and get you to calm yourself while we continue with this execution plan, with this evacuation plan?
Roll your intimidation.
Could I grant him any advantage or no?
How are you gonna do that? What are you gonna do?
I'm just gonna kind of be a shadow, and I'm gonna have my kind of move my arms so my sword does sort of flash in the light. Not gonna draw it or anything, but I'm gonna sort of become more noticeable to give him a bit more of a following, so to say.
Okay.
So he's not outnumbered.
Let's do a intimidation with advantage.
18.
Okay. Yeah, you're talking to him, you're explaining this, and just your sheer presence and size, and with just even the barest glimpse of steel out of your scabbard, you see him just sort of you don't want my help, you don't get my help. I can do all of this,
Your help should be on that boat. And if you're not on that boat,
okay.
in a minute or two, I'm going to pick you up and put you on the boat.
You don't need to be defensively gruff. I'll be on my way. I see my help isn't wanted here. Yeah, we'll be on our way. You just sort of bluster off, as they always do whenever you stand up to them.
Okay.
People are starting to finally listen and calm down collectively, and everyone is finally accepting, okay, this is happening. Now we have to face the reality. As people are starting to go over to their homes, collect up their precious belongings, they know that they have to evacuate before the evening comes. You see Becklin, sorry, I'm like, all these damn characters. You see Becklin walk up to Raven and just sort of whisper something in her ear, and she looks over at the rest of you as the citizens are dispersing, and she's like, well, it looks like your friend scared away the messenger. They are surely going to be approaching here sooner than we had anticipated. I am concerned that the timetable has been moved up immediately. We need to deal with this now. How are we going to get 400 citizens when we only have a plan to get 200 across the Vanguard? We have to deal with this right now.
I'll go take a look, see if I can see anything else.
Okay. So you run off toward the dock. She looks over at Raven, and she just walks up, and Raven looks a little bit beside herself. Becklin embraces her in a warm hug, and she just sort of stands her back with her hands on her shoulders, looking at her. We can do this. We will live through this day. You just need confidence. These heroes who have joined us will help us. You will save the lives of your citizens. And Raven just looks up. Thank you very much, Becklin. We need your courage and your sword arm today like never before. You have both. We can do this. And she looks off at you two, or now only at Bendix. Let's prepare for battle. All right, so Arjun, what are you doing? Cannot hear you.
Well,
Oh.
okay, so the dudes are gone from the gate,
Seemingly, yeah.
and the two from the mercenary company are on their way to get their troops ready.
Yep.
Was there anyone else at the gate just keeping watch?
You saw some spectators until you told people to go to the city center when the bell rang, just some civilian spectators. You actually don't... Actually, you know what? Here, give me a perception check.
Okay.
It is starting to rain a little bit more. Like, it's actually raining, not downpouring, but it's
It's a
not just
20?
spitting. Very nice. Okay, you actually hear, like, this... the sound of hammering, like metal on metal, and it's sort of like this high screech sort of complaining, but it's too fast for you to really understand what's being said, coming from way up above you. So it just a sort of placement here. You're down here at the ravine. You're hearing it come from the top of the keep up here.
If there's no one on watch at this gate, I'm just going to go to the top of the tower and start keeping watch then.
Yeah, the militia was decimated by the Ironclad Regiment's turncoats, so there's no one to watch, really, and especially with the civilians being told to gather belongings and get to the docks. Everyone is sort of frantic at this point. So it is a ghost town. You climb up into the keep. As you walk up to the keep, you see that sort of disheveled courtyard that's been sort of excavated so Becklin can do her studying of artifacts of the old Solamnic and Istar residents that lived here, 1,000 years or plus 350 years ago plus. You go up into the first level of the keep, and it is, that sort of library space. You go up to the second level, and you're just sort of going through like the different display areas, different private chambers, which is on the third level. And you get to the very top, and you see this almost catapult-looking device, and you see a gnome just happily hammering away at it, just sort of swearing under his breath in this incredible string of diatribe that you can't really break words apart from because it's just sort of like that, just going really, really fast. Yeah.
Need help?
He stops and turns around. Name's Than, what's yours? And he runs up and sort of like puts his hand out for a handshake.
He shakes his hand. I'm Arjun. There's no one else watching the gate right now, so I'm going to stand watch and keep an eye out. Do you need help?
I mean, if you could do me a hand and grab that spanner over there, the flux capacitor is out of whack again. Come on over here. He starts like spouting off like in this line of string of words all combined together that you don't really understand because it's just too fast for you to pick up typical of gnomes. But then he like looks at you and sees that you're not fully grasping everything he's saying, and he slows it down very slowly so you can understand. Grab the wrench and bring it over here. Provide torque on this end of the nut, and I will twist the screw on this end to calibrate the gnome flinger.
Okay, I can do that. Just
Thank you.
maintain that pace of speech, and we'll be perfect.
So he starts telling you about this gnome flinger as he's sort of working on it and fine-tuning it, and you see it sort of ratcheting back. He's like, this is an invention from Mount Nevermind, and it is a wonderful invention. It's how we get from the ground level all the way up into the front top level of the mountain, the actual volcano itself. Of course, danger is that you actually smack into the wall or you fall and you don't catch. And so traditionally, we would have some sort of netting applied that you could fall into as a safety measure. In this particular case, we don't have any netting because, well, there's no other levels. But Becklin likes me to have this here as a sort of a reminder because it does look almost like a catapult, even though it's not a catapult, it's a gnome flinger, don't forget. And this gnome flinger is great for flinging guests.
Can we get it to throw gnome-sized rocks?
Well, certainly, but why would you want to do that? Why not just use a catapult if you're going to be doing that? This is a highly tuned structural machine to throw gnomes across and over and up and beyond. If you wanted to get to the other side of that ravine, I could get you there like that.
Except we have an army that's coming.
We could throw you right into the middle of the army.
Okay, that's plan B. But for now, we need to figure out if we can get this thing to throw gnome-sized rocks. You said it was very, very highly calibrated, so we have to stick to gnome-sized and weighted
See him
rocks.
pull out a parchment pad and he starts like doing a bunch of like scribblings and stuff that makes no sense to you. And if you like sort of peek behind him, there's a lot of stuff like little diagrams of like stick figures and little dots following them as they do a trajectory. And then he scribbles out the little stick figure and draws like this crude circle and sort of thinks and biting at the end of the charcoal pencil that he's working with. And then he goes back to redesign. He's like, I could probably do that. It would take maybe a couple hours.
I'll help you.
Wonderful. And so you start to help him mess and sort of reconfigure the gnome flinger, as it were, to be an actual catapult rather than a humanoid flinging catapult. Okay, so we are at the point here where we're all at the docks. You see a couple citizens starting to come, but most of them are still sort of off doing their things. Galibrand, you said you wanted to take a look at this, so can I get a wisdom check from you?
Yes.
Oh, actually, halt that. Not a wisdom check. An intelligence check, please.
Okay.
Or investigation, if that's better. It's still intelligence, but you might be proficient in it.
I might be. What did you say it was?
Investigation.
I only got a 7.
Okay. So
That's another
you
7.
had already ridden this ferry across. And as you're sitting here just staring at the ferry, thinking about it, you're like, I think we could probably dismantle this and make a series of like rafts and small boats and put it on a pulley system that could help actually put more people across the sea quicker while they're doing that other sort of massive flotilla boat. So you just in calculations in your head, just with your previous experience of having already ridden it, you think you could probably break this down in about 2 hours and it would free up vessels for about 100 more people to get across.
All right. Galibrand is going to look at the crowd and just say, do we have anyone who is proficient in shipbuilding or who knows about ship construction?
Oh, yeah, you got fishermen all raising their hands and coming up and, volunteering help.
All right, come up here. I have an idea.
Okay. So as you're working on that,
Galibrand is basically just having these group of guys help him create a second means of evacuation to increase our evacuation percentage by 50%.
Okay. So you're working on that. What's everyone else doing? I know, Arjun, you're off helping Than with the gnome flinger. Bendix, what are you doing? Ulrich, what are you doing?
I will be helping people take things to the dock.
Okay.
I'm helping out too as well. At the same time, I'm also observing,
Mhm.
because normally at time of chaos, there are going to be things that aren't really what they're there for.
Right.
They're more, because I know there's a pending army. I'm a soldier. There may be scouts within here that are observing us, so I'm keeping an eye for that.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, you're actually not seeing anyone other than the civilians and the people helping the civilians out. It's taking a lot of people to sort of make that barge flotilla contraption that Arjun had originally suggested. And now there's another group working on this other one. It's going to take a couple hours for both of those options to become viable and actually start ferrying people across. And in about an hour and a half before those are fully completed, Arjun, you actually see Cudgel and her entire remaining regiment, which is about 4 soldiers, off in the far distance. And Jaev and Cudgel are approaching the city as they're off, just sort of camped out at that, sort of facing at the far northern end of Vogler, where the force would be coming from if that dragon army is going to come and invade Vogler itself. Cudgel and them approach the gate. Do you say anything to them, or you just let them pass through?
What's the password?
They're like looking up, trying to see where the hell that came from. JF sees you. He says, "Eat my ass!"
Okay, you
That's
can
the
come
password.
He's like, "This guy." And Cudgel's just like, "Oh my gosh, this is my lieutenant." All right, so they end up going down to the docks as well. They find Mayor Raven, and they look at her and like, "All right, we've got our soldiers camped out, ready to defend the town. No matter what, we will do everything we can to stop whatever force comes to invade while you are actively trying to evacuate. Do you have an evacuation plan?" And the mayor looks across what everyone is doing. She's like, "I think we do. I think we're going to be able to do this." She's like, "Great. I'm going to take Becklin up to the front line. I believe if we can have a Solamnic Knight presence, maybe that will make them think twice about invading Vogler, thinking that this is just a tiny little fishing village, when in truth, we may be able to make them think it's something greater than that. Maybe we can deter them just a little bit or entirely. I mean, who knows about these people? But I think we have a good shot here." She looks and just sort of gives Cudgel, like leaning down, gives her a massive hug, super grateful. Tears start streaming down her eyes. She's like, "I think we're going to do this. I think we're going to do this. Keep it up, everyone. We've got a great chance here." So now we are going to move across to hours are going to go by. Arjun, you had successfully helped reconfigure this, starting to bring up boulders with Than. He's got a pulley system up there that you're loading boulders on the bottom. He's bringing them up to the top in the pulley system so that at least he can help defend a little bit with the catapult with the oncoming forces if they get too close. The rest of you have constructed this evacuation flotilla and reconfigured the pulley system in order to get more people off. So though it does not cover every possible contingency of getting every single person in at once, you actually have a pretty solid shot at trying to deal with this. And this is, as the day has gone and everything gets soaking wet because it has not stopped raining at all. It's not downpouring, but it is constantly and consistently wet and miserable and muddy. You start to hear the beating of drums as if a marching force is in the very far distance. And Cudgel looks over at Becklin, looks over at Raven, looks over at you all. "It's time. It's time. It's time we go." And everyone starts moving to the front gate. Becklin walks up to each of you and approaches Bendix first. She says, "An unknown army has now amassed and mustered and is marching on Vogler as we speak. There's a command tent that Cudgel has set up. At that tent, we are going to be ordering Cudgel's forces and arranging a successful reaction to this military invasion. I do not believe this battle is one that can be won. Rather, the goal here is not to win, but to buy time for the people of Vogler to escape. The panicked villagers must be found and escorted to ships waiting along the coast. This will not be easy, though. Enemy forces are hunting for evacuees, and worse, we heard rumor of fire-throwing war machines being spotted behind enemy lines, preparing to sow chaos from out of reach. She gives her orders to her attentive squire, Darrett, and a nervous-looking militia member named Willem, who returns her salute with shaking hands, and then she turns to all of you and everyone standing there, unsheathes her sword. Today we're going to focus on the enemy. You see it, that the people get out safely. Today we answer the calling of all true Solamnic knights. Es Sularis oath mythas, she says, quoting the motto of her knighthood, my honor is my life, as she leaves the front tent. We're moving over to Warriors of Krynn board game, and we are going to deal with this in this board game. So I want to set this up. All of your characters are at the command tent right here. Your character sheets and all of your powers are down here. So go ahead and zoom in, find your character. Remember, read all the notes and stuff. But remember, the tokens that you're going to be moving are all up here by the command tent. So the scenario that we're playing, the rules of this scenario are to evacuate as many villagers as possible to the coast tile. This is the coast tile. And that's where they'll be picked up by boats. Now, these people are all scattered all around, so you're going to have to go to them. These exclamation mark tokens, called object tokens, or objective tokens, these represent different citizens. In order to move a citizen to the next tile, you have to use one of your 4 actions on your turn. And of course, we're going to go through this one by one to make sure we do this all, appropriately, and we'll get the hang of it and we'll be able to move faster. There's 2 battle tiles, the left flank and the right flank. Right now, the right flank is commanded by this devious goblin named Dram Nosebiter. And the right flank, is controlled by this minotaur named Zamira. Now, you guys don't know their names, but just for the sake of everyone watching and full clarity on what's happening here, I'm explaining all this. So you start at the command tent, and we have to move out on your turn to rescue civilians. That's our primary goal. If for some reason you as a player cannot rescue a civilian, then you could provide defense or absorb hits on behalf of this ironclad regiment forces that the Dragon Army is aggressing into. The ironclad regiment is being led by Willem, who right now is shaken, and Darrett Hightower, the young man who is a squire to Becklin Uthvi Hareen. At the very beginning, you see Darrett walking up to all of you as we're starting this situation, and he offers aid for the mission, asking, I could do one of 2 things in the time that we have left, everyone. Please let me know what you would prefer. I can either direct 2 of the villagers to the evacuation point, or from the command tent to the far right flank, or I can try to go steady Willem's nerves so that he's no longer shaken and he can effectively lead his troops. Which would you prefer me to do in this?
I would say it would be best for us to get Willem unshaken. We need the troops to last as long as possible. We can deal with the people.
Okay, so everyone agrees. He looks around. He looks to you, Bendix, especially. He's like, do you agree with that?
I do.
He salutes you with his sword. On to victory then. Estulas Othmithas. And he turns and he goes over to Willem and he starts talking to Willem. And you see Willem just sort of like nodding his head. He's like, I can do this. We can do this. We've got this. And he turns him from being shaken to not being shaken, which is the very good beginning to this. Okay, so the way this works, we're going to roll initiative to see who goes first, and we'll just go in order of initiative. So again, you guys control all the bad guys. Let me get all these bars up and ready here. So we have an event deck. We have an equipment deck. We have Alliance Mounted Unit deck, Alliance Missile Unit deck, and Alliance Foot Unit deck. And then we also have the Dragon Army Mounted, Missile, and Foot decks. Now, in order to see these, you just scroll up and down. The purple ones are the Alliance, that's us. The red ones are the Dragon Army, and you'll know what to do on those. But at the beginning of your turn, you select an event card from this deck. You can just click and drag it onto the desktop. They're all already shuffled. Zoom in to read it, and what we're paying attention to is the action it says to take here initially. So I'm going to pull one just as an example, and I'll reintegrate it into the game here, or into the deck, excuse me. So this cannot be read because it's too tiny. So it says, Unrelenting Riders, right now, add Dragon Army mounted units to the active flank until they equal the number of Alliance mounted units on that flank. If no units were added, ignore this. So you do it right now because it says right now. And then as soon as you're done taking your turn and it's the battle phase, this tells you what type of battle it is, and it's a skirmish. So that means you just roll, you roll a skirmish die to see who activates on the active flank. And then we'll just sort of go through it. So let's roll initiative and see who goes first, and we will deal with all of this in turn. Any questions before we get into this?
No.
Nope.
All right. Derek, I would appreciate any support with rules and stuff. If I miss anything or forget, please clarify. And anyone helping, here's something. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm like moving this all around. As you use your powers, I have a little discard pile area. Just drag that power, the card you need to use in order to activate your power, because you can see on your cards here the different powers that you have. So, for example, this fighter can do Mighty Strike, Surprise Attack, or Unbreakable. If they want to use one of those, for example, Mighty Strike, you have to burn a Strength action card. Just drag the card into the discard pile so we know it's there. And then if you recover it, just move it right back. Got it?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I can't control my cards.
Same.
Oh, really? Here, let me...
I can control my my little character on the board, but I can't control my cards.
All right, let me... Where do I go?
You could just give access to everyone to move everyone's cards.
Yeah,
so that
that's
way you
what I
don't have
want to
pick
do,
one
but
by
where
one.
do I do that?
When you right-click on them, there's going to be an
Have to do it
area when you...
individually? Oh, that sucks.
no, you just can... I think, yeah.
Here, let me try to do it all at once. No.
Yeah,
All right,
I'll let you
sorry,
edit that
guys.
in.
Give me a second. Think about what you want to do, where you are. We're going to role play this as we're doing it. So instead of just saying, I move to that object and I, do that, let's role play what you say to the person. And if you fight anyone, let's have this be entertaining for the people watching here. Was that everyone? Yeah, this is going to take forever. I'm sorry, guys.
It is no problem.
Well, who got highest initiative so far? Let's see.
I believe that would be you. Aldrich got a 21, and I see him Bendix with a 4, me with a 12, and I have yet to see him Arjun.
No, I got a 3.
All right, so it would go Aldrich, Galibrand, Bendix, and Arjun.
Okay. So while you're doing that, I'll just go ahead and start my actions. Let's see. I am the... Let's see.
Your name should be right underneath
Yeah,
the
I
little
see it. I
minifigure.
can move my guy. Yeah. So I start here on the battle tile. First thing I would like to do is I'd like to activate the battle tile that I'm currently on. It's a wisdom. I actually have wisdom as one of my strengths, so that way, because this is the battle tile that gives us an extra card, right?
I believe so, yeah, 11.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Your first thing you got to do is pull that encounter card.
Oh, that's right. I will do that first. I apologize. I'll get my... Yes. Event card happens first. All right. So drawing it and dropping it on the table. And I don't know if I can make it bigger or not, but I can zoom in. Let's see.
If not,
It says right now, underlining bows, whatever. Unrelenting bows, sorry. Right now, add a Dragon Army missile unit to the active flank until they are equal to the number of Alliance missile units on that flank. If no units were added, ignore this card, battle phase, text, and reveal another card. And so we're going to ignore the battle phase and get another card. Because we have everyone the same, right?
Yes, the missile units on the far right flank are equal.
Okay, so I will draw a second card. Drawing a second card.
Make sure you
this one
delete the card
is
you just
far.
had.
Sure, I will delete it. Remove card. Okay, far right flank. Right now, the far right flank becomes the active flank. Battle phase, all out battle. Activate commander's powers at the start of this battle.
Okay.
Okay.
So then at the start of the battle, so we're not at the battle phase yet. If you look, just for everyone watching here at home, you can see there's the event phase, which is when you pull the card. If it says right now, you do the right now. And then the battle phase, you wait until it's the time for the battle. Then it's the action phase. Each character has 4 actions they can take, and we'll go over that while we're playing. The respite phase is after your action phase, you can recover in some form, whether that's recovering stress on your character or whether it's recovering individual cards that you may have used to do an action. And then finally, it's the battle phase, which references that card that you pulled at the very beginning. Of course, whenever we get a key moment card, we move the key moment tracker up. We don't want to get those. We want to try to get this as much as possible. So you went up here, Galibrand. Did you want to do this wisdom and try to get over that?
Is Ulrich?
No, it's Aldrich goes
I'm
first.
sorry.
I just moved my character onto the
Gotcha.
thing.
Yeah, so I'm doing my character is going to summon the birds and try to see if we can get reinforcements. I guess there are reinforcements nearby, and to have them send a message to request the reinforcements.
So add the reinforcements event card. So let me add that. Oh, did you roll?
Well, yeah,
So
no, I did not roll yet.
So the very bottom, do you see the battle die and the skirmish die? This will roll 1 die in the actual chat itself of roll 20. So go ahead and roll that. Are you using 1 action or 2 to get 2 die?
Well, I'm using. Okay, so to do this, we can do one of two things. I can I don't think you get 2 dice. I think you get 1 die, and then you can spend cards to reduce the amount. And if you have a specialty, you can reduce the amount of what you need to get. Right now it's a 3, so it automatically goes to a 2 because I have a wisdom mastered.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to spend one of my wisdom cards to drop it down to 1.
Okay.
And I'll just roll 1 die. So where's the dice at? I don't see them.
So it's under my name of the roll 20. It's actually in the user interface, not on the board.
Oh, under the journal?
Under DL, no, in the far bottom left of the screen, it should say DL Saga, Arjun, Ulrich, Tristan, etc. There should be skirmish die and battle die buttons underneath our names.
Yeah, it's a no-go on that. I don't see them.
I don't see them.
Same.
Maybe.
Maybe you need to roll them.
No,
So you don't see them flashing? Like in Skype, if you look in Skype, do you see it appearing and disappearing?
Let me check.
I see it on your Skype.
So
but
it's
for
not
us,
showing up for you guys.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, that sucks. Okay, then how many battle die are you rolling? And I'll just roll them for you.
I'm rolling 1. Yeah.
Okay, so it's 1 sword. So that's you needed 2 in order to succeed.
No, I need 1
No,
because I was spending a card.
Well, you spend a card and you get an extra die. You don't. You
No, I
don't.
don't think you
drop
I think
it
you
down
get,
one
you,
more.
I don't,
If it's the same type,
No, it
Or
doesn't matter.
it's-
You have to use an action card in order to get an extra die.
oh, I misunderstood that. I thought the rule said that you just lower the difficulty.
No,
I
if
didn't
you're
realize you had,
if you are
but I
like
did spend a card.
yeah, because you're okay. So I'll just do one more. So that's 2 swords you got. So that was successful. So you flip that over. Let me add card 11 to the deck here. No. I knew this was going to happen, and I was going to have to deal with this. So I prepped myself, but it's still frustrating. Sorry if you had me guys wait.
it's all right. We're in the presence of champions. Those dragon guys
Yeah.
are kind of slow right now.
11.
For some reason, they have no drive to fight right now. It's so strange.
New card.
Plus, neither do
You want me
we.
to delete this old one?
Event.
Or leave it?
card 11. Save. Save. All right, now I'm just going to reshuffle those. Oh, the event deck went to the very bottom so that they can get mixed in. Okay, 11 is in there. Now I flip that over, right? So let me go to the map object level. That's this one right here. Okay. We have 11 in the deck. You did 1 action, 2 actions to use the extra card. So now you
That doesn't
two?
use an action to use a card. That doesn't use an action to use a card.
Okay, so you have 3 actions. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I go down to the
So
village.
you can see right here, you have 2 civilians right on this tent that you need to get over to the coast. You can see on the coast, there's a hill giant there apparently, but I mean, you're not there yet, so you don't actually see it, but you know, the board, you see it. You can move them to this battle tile if you want on the way. It would just take an action for you to sort of encourage them to go.
Yeah, I am actually going to the village to see if I can, remove the assassin there and get the villagers there, start pushing them towards the command tent.
Okay, so are you attacking the assassin? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, so I move. That would be 2, and number 3 would be attacking the assassin.
Okay. So you can see his dex.
To attack. Well, hold on 1 second. Let's see. He has, what is it? It's 3.
That's a 2.
That's a 2. 2 decks. I'm going to go ahead and spend 1 card to reduce it down to a 1.
Okay. And you already had 1, right? Just by.
I didn't get this one. I don't have any decks. So it was he had 2. It drops it down to 1. I can't go any lower than 1.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking to dropping it. That's only if you're proficient in dex. So you're not. So now we're just talking about dice. So in order to attack them, you get automatically 1 die. And then if you burn one of your power cards, like your ability cards, that gives you a 2nd die.
Sure, we can do it that way. I'll burn the 2nd card. I'm burning
intelligence. So you got a 1 hit and a blank. The 1 hit is enough to kill him because it didn't drop down 2 because it's only 1. So yeah, you didn't end up killing him. So that was 3. Your 3rd action, is that correct?
Yeah, I'll do my 4th action to kill him.
So you're going to try to attack him again?
Yes, and I will use another card to grab another die.
Okay, that for those 2 different battle die, that's only still a 1. So these, as far as I understand, are not cumulative. It's each action. You have to get over the remaining. Yeah. So you do think it's cumulative?
No, I don't. It's not. It's...
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so you didn't end up killing him. That's the end of that. So it's respite phase, so you can recover your cards if you want. Is that correct?
I can't respite because I'm on the card with a hero.
Champion.
The villain, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So in that case,
battle phase.
So what was your?
The right flank becomes active.
I have Arjun on this twice. This thing is so messed up. Clear.
Maybe he's just really important.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, he feels really important.
So Ulrich, what was your initiative roll?
I was a 21.
Okay, and what was yours, Galabrand?
12.
And what was yours? I think this is Bendix.
Yep.
Bendix was a
4.
Was
a 4, yes.
And I think that's Finn. Arjun. What was yours?
3.
Okay. So now we got to deal with the encounter itself. And this was the far right flank becomes the active flank. All out, and the far right was already active. All out battle, activate commander powers at the beginning of this battle. So these commander battle Dram Nosebiter, add 1 Dragon Army foot unit. And these are broken up. So the very first row is the foot, the middle row is the missile, and the last row is cavalry, just for people watching. So I'm going to add this to the foot because that's what it said to do. And then the next commander is add 1 unit to the Dragon Army line with the fewest units. In this particular case, it's either missile or cavalry. I'm going to do missile just for simplicity.
Question.
Wait, which one
why are you adding another unit to the Dragon Army? Because then
this says battle phase, all out battle. Activate command powers at the start of the battle. This is the start of the battle. The command powers for this commander is add 1 Dragon Army foot unit. So I added that. The one for this.
That's not the active flank.
Oh,
We're only
Yeah,
worried about the active
the-
flank.
well, hold on a second.
Yeah, so then the next person to activate would be this one.
Garrett, yeah.
Right. So the right was active. Gotcha. Okay. So I didn't add that one to here yet, so we're not going to worry about that. Now Derek goes, and he has shake 2 units in any Dragon Army line. Which 2 do you want to shake?
Let's go ahead and shake the mounted.
Mounted. I'm just putting them on top of them for simplicity.
That's fine.
Okay. What else?
Now we just go through the
So the skirmish.
detect strength.
Well, it says all-out battle. All-out battle is everyone.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Yeah, it's everyone. So now we just do the footman first, the archer second, the.
So the person with the
cavalry.
most, in this particular case, we have to activate one line at a time for everyone watching at home. You can see that the footmen's numbers are on the side of the Dragon Army, so they go. So do you want to go ahead and pull the Dragon Army footman card? Or actually, I'll just deal the Dragon Army ones.
Yeah, it's fine.
So that's this card.
Because before you pull it anymore, but like what we want to do is we determine the strength, and so determine the strength. And the problem is everything that's tied goes to the Dragon Army. So the Dragon Army is going to win unless pretty much all 3 ranks.
Yeah.
So if you want, you can pull them all 3 if you want. But yeah.
And some heroes will be able to change that on their turns by adding or removing assistance based on powers and stuff like that. But in any case, this one, shake all units on the Alliance's foot line, which is not great.
So all 3 of.
And then we go to the arrow missile line next. Roll 4 battle dice, apply hits to the missile line. Each woe resulted during this fight removes a Dragon Army missile unit. That's actually really good, right? So 4 battle dice. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got
1 miss, or no.
1, 2,
so
3, 4.
there we go. 1.
So that's
1
2
woe.
hits, right? Isn't that no? The Dragon Army thing is the woe. So 1 woe and 3 hits. So the woe removes
Yeah, so
a Dragon Army missile unit. That's awesome. And then the 3 hits are to shake the 3 missile units over here.
that's if Dad wants to do that,
Yeah,
or if
that's
you
what-
kill
yeah.
off a unit.
Well, it has
Yeah,
to.
that's
There's
what-
only
that's what I would
3,
do.
and there's 3 hits. So
Yeah, that's what we would do. Yeah.
okay, now we're at the cavalry, the mounted units. And again, the only reason why the bad guys are going and the good guys aren't is because they outnumber them or they match their same number. So roll 3 battle dice, apply hits to the foot line. Whoa! So, geez, the mounted are just running over them. So 1, 2, 3. So there's a woe.
So
I need to remove the woe from the
mounted
last guy.
take 1 damage.
Right. So this. Oh, I did remove 1, right? Yeah,
You did.
Okay, thank you. So 1 woe from these guys. I got to remove 1 of these. Oh no, it's just shaken, but he's already shaken, so it does remove him. And
Yeah, so he
then
dies.
1 hit. So 1 woe to this mounted one. This will go faster as we go. This is just the first time I'm doing it in this context, so
It was a hit to the foot line, not to the mounted line.
gotcha. So
Yes.
then one of these guys is gone.
The Dragon Armies
Yeah.
mounted
Dra-
hit the
Yep.
Alliance foot.
Okay, so that is Ulrich's turn. Next is Galibrand. What do you want to do? First is event
Galibrand is
card, of
going to
course.
look at the rest of his party and say, "Go ahead and grab the people that are the furthest out. I'll go ahead and start clearing the way towards the docks. I need you guys to make sure that's all taken care of." All right, and then Galibrand is going to make a move action. So that's 1 to move here, and then it's 1 action to get one of the civilians.
Be mindful of the
To
hill
push
giant,
him. You
though.
cannot push a civilian onto this monster line. You have to
Okay.
get rid of the monster before you can move a civilian onto it.
Okay, then I am going to then spend one of my dex cards to move an extra, so this would then not take one of my actions.
So you still only used one turn.
Yep.
Is that
So
a
I'm going
skill
to
of
move
yours?
on to the.
It's the
yes,
dex card.
if I
Cool.
spend the dex card itself, it lets me move an extra tile.
Awesome.
So then I move onto the tile with it.
Mhm.
Then I'm going to use my int card to use my ability called Dirty Fighting. Take 3 stress, defeat a vile champion on your tile.
Whoa, that's awesome. So this hill giant sees you moving forward, and it's just like using its massive knotted up club, hits it itself in this chest like, "Rah! Come on! And what do?
When he's distracted, I pull out my short sword and I stab him in the heart.
Okay.
And it insta-kills him because I take 3 stress.
Right. So you run
So
up
what
to
you're saying-
him, you pull out your sword in midair, just "Wah!" And before he can even react, you already have the knife into his chest, just like screaming in his
Short
face.
sword.
Short sword.
Yeah, I don't
It's like
have, I have
it's like Achilles in the.
That's pretty dope, man. So it's
All right,
it's
then I'm
insta
going-
kill. All right, you have
Okay,
cleared
then I'm
up
going
that.
to-
You better take care of that stress. You only got 4. So that was
I'm then
2
going
actions.
to-
Mhm.
Yeah, because my first
to attack.
action was to move onto the original tile. I spent a dex card to move to the hill giant. My second action was to kill him.
Mhm.
I'm going to then spend another of my dex cards to move over 1. So I still have the actions.
Okay.
I'm going to push over one of the civilians.
We can't go
on
over there.
this
There's a
battle
hill
tile.
giant. Don't make us go over there.
I raise up my bloodied sword. Not anymore.
You killed him. Thank you so much. You saved our life.
Now go.
See him run over.
And then I'm going to use my last action to run back to that space, so I can then heal up. So I can regain 2 cards.
Mhm.
I'm actually
that cost
going
you 2 actions though.
What
You already
cost me
spent
2
2
actions?
It cost you 1 action to get there. Cost you 1 action to kill the giant. It cost you 1 action to go back to move the guys, and it cost an action to actually move them.
True.
So you spent all 4 actions while you're on the stunted
So you're
forest.
still here.
Yeah. But didn't you say I could that
You get 4 actions.
having extra action just means I add? I know you said that when we originally played. You said once we finish up, we automatically can reduce 2 stress if we.
Right, that's the
reprieve
respite
on a
phase.
base.
But you used 4 actions before you got to move to this spot, to the coast. So
Alright,
you were
then
on the battle tile
stay-
with your 4th action.
Well, no, I spent a dex card to move once for free.
So you spent 2 dex cards already?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
gotcha.
And seeing as I can't reprieve, then I will just spend my
You can do
I-
the respite.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you
I
can
can
now.
now.
Yeah,
All right.
you could
then
even
I'm
done on the
going-
battle tile, like
no,
on.
you can't.
Yeah, as long as
No.
it's not controlled, you can. Yeah.
No, only if we control it. If it's not
If it's
So-
contested or have a bad guy on it, you can't respite on the battle tile.
Interesting.
it just means that
You're
once
right.
the dragon
I remember
take
Okay,
over,
so
then it
you're-
blocks movement.
What 2 things are you gonna? Are
So-
you gonna do a stress? You're gonna do 2 cards. What are you gonna do?
I was going before my turn ended. I was going to spend my Constitution card to regain 2 stress, and then for my reprieve, I was going to gain 2 more cards.
Okay. So
So I am now at a stress of 1,
right.
and I have 2 cards.
Just make sure that.
Oh wait, I never even did the sorry, I never even did the what is it? Where's the
Event card?
Yeah, I can't find the event cards.
Oh boy, here. I'll just pull one up, the very top one here.
Okay, what does it say?
So right now was the right flank becomes active, already was. So now that you have your 2
All out
cards for your respite,
And-
you need to move your stress marker. I'm just going to move it for you over there to 1 because you had 3 and you brought 2 back. And now we're all out battle. Activate commander powers at the start of this battle. The right flank.
All right,
we
so
remove.
enemy foot line gains another troop, and the commander on our side will let's break their missile line. Or flip over the missile line, because we can do it for 2 units.
Well, the thing says that the active flank is on the right flank now, right?
Yep, and we're still on the right flank.
Yeah.
No, that's the far right flank. Right?
Oh, right. I'm
Is it-
sorry. I'm mixing up
Wait,
right
is
and
it
far right.
Not right and left?
No, it's right and far right. In this one.
Okay, then sorry, that'll change things. So we remove that foot
So,
soldier and
we've
go to
gotta-
the other side.
yeah, we've got to mess this up here. Okay. So this guy's now the active. Sorry, everyone. This is a little bit more difficult doing it on Roll20 than it is in person, but we're not in person, so we're making do how we can. This is active. This is not active.
And what are their leader
So
bonus?
this
like leader
Minotaur can
abilities?
add 1 unit to the Dragon Army line with the fewest units. So it's either they're mounted or missile. What do you want to do?
Let's do missile.
Okay.
Because we can currently add troops to the missile line.
And then
And-
Willem does refresh 2 alliance units. There was none that were stressed, so that's fine. Okay, and then this says all-out battle. So now we do everything, each one of them. Okay, so first and foremost is the Dragon Army foot unit. Roll 3 battle dice. Apply
Oh.
hits to the mounted line. 1, 2, 3. Jeez, 3 hits to the
'Kay.
mounted line.
Okay, so all of them get stressed. Don't bother rotating.
Don't worry about it. All right, so Dragon Army missile is next. Each woe resulted during this fight also counts as a hit. Whoa, that's dirty. Reveal another missile unit card.
Oh yeah, herb one. Okay, yeah.
Roll 3 battle die. Apply hits to the. Jeez, 1.
All right, so it just means
three.
that woes count as hit.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. Whoa,
All right,
to
so
the
we
mounted.
are going to lose one of our foot line.
It was to the foot line. Yeah.
Yeah, it's to the foot line. And that would mean that the card behind the one that just went is no longer in effect.
Okay, well played. Now it's the
Mounted
mounted line.
for the enemy.
Shake the alliance commander. If they're already shaken, roll 4. Okay, so he's shaken. Here, I'll just move back.
He was not having a good day.
Oh, he's terrified. There's this massive Minotaur army, like, killing all his guys. I'd be scared too. All right, so that was the end of your battle
And let's
phase.
hope that
Next,
and that'll be the
Bendix.
end of my turn. So
Bendix, you want to pull an event card and drag it onto the table, or do you want me to do it?
Go ahead and do it for me, please. Everyone dies, we win card.
Hey, that's it. How did you know? So right now, if the Dragon Army commander on the active flank is ready, he is, activate their command powers. Otherwise, refresh the commander, then get another card. So his was add 1
He would
unit to
add
the Dragon
one
Army
to the-
line with the fewest units. So we're going to do 1 more of these bad boys.
they really are bad.
Reveal another event card.
Yay!
Unrelenting blows. Right now, add Dragon Army missile units to the active flank until they're equal to the number of alliance units on that flank. Missile
nothing would
units-
happen.
Yeah, real good. Battle phase is a skirmish. Good. Okay, so now it's your turn. You've got, I don't want to cover your, I don't know where yours is. You got 4 actions. Right now, you are on the command post tile, adventure tile. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go?
What's the objective here? To save civilians, right?
Yeah, and in order to do that, you just have to be on a
Yes.
tile with them and then direct them to the next tile over. You're on a tile with 2 civilians right now.
Okay, I'm gonna
think
take
we're-
one and head over.
Galbrand did tell you guys to make sure to start grabbing the civilians that were further to the right flank, not the far right flank.
Also, the event card.
We just did
it's
event.
right here.
Oh, we did? Oh, never mind. Sorry, missed it. Sorry.
Okay, I see the map now. On the far right, where am I? You said I'm at the command post, and the
You're
far
right
right
here,
is what?
yeah. So I'm moving you on
Far
to the
right is right here. This is the right flank.
You need to get them to the
where
coast
we
right
still
here.
have a lot of
Oh.
Yeah. the coast where Galbrand is currently at. So that area
So-
is clear, but we need to get all the people over there.
So can I get on the field where the 3 civilians are at?
The 3
You-
civilians all the way over
I
here.
mean, these ones.
To the left, right? Is that where we're directed to?
No, you're directing them over here to the right. If you're facing
Far
the top-down
right.
But
table,
Tristan mentioned something that it was on the far right.
he's talking about the
that
different
we should-
flanks. Don't worry about that. You want him to get to the
okay.
coast adventure tile.
Okay, so then I'm gonna take a civilian and head in that direction.
So you just have to convince like on your turn 4 in action, you just talk to the civilian. So just tell
Okay.
them to go on the way.
Come with me if you want to live, and then
You've got it. I'll move. So that one moves over. That's 1 action. You have 3 more.
Okay, and then can I take the other one and do the same?
Yeah. So you're like, hey, you get off your tuchus. Get over there.
Okay.
So now you
good.
move those 2 over. You have 2 more actions.
Can I move over where they're at and then push them over to the next to the?
So you can definitely, yeah. I mean, you can move your own guy if you want. You can move over to that battle tile right here next to all of
Which
them,
would be your third action.
and then you can use your 4th action to push 1 civilian over to the coast adventure
do it.
tile.
That's what I do.
Okay, I'll just move it over here. Nice. Nicely done.
Yay.
Now you have a respite phase. You didn't use any cards, so you don't need to really worry about it. You don't have any stress, so you can't really do that. So we go to their battle phase. In this particular case, it's a skirmish. So a skirmish is you roll a die. The die tells you what activates, basically, in the active roll. So in this particular case, it's the missile line that activates on the active roll. So they have 4 to the Alliance's 3.
3.
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
bad guy missile goes, and it says, roll 3 battle dice, apply hits to the missile line. So the battle dice, 1, 2, 3, that's 2 woes and 2 hits to the missile line, it said, right? So that's
Yeah.
2 of
So both
these
missile
bad
lines take 2
boys.
hits.
1, 2, and then these guys had some woe.
Could we remove one instead of just? Is that an option that somebody wants to take?
Would you rather, Bendix, would you rather remove 1 or damage 2? It's your choice.
I'll
Don't
do the
forget
damn.
his ability. His ability
Hold up,
is
Tristan.
to add
What is that,
onto,
Bendix?
Tristan,
Oh.
what?
What are you going to do, Bendix?
I want a damage too.
2? Okay, so we got that. Okay, so that's the skirmish. Unless I'm missing something. 2 and 2, that's good. Now we're to the next guy. Arjun, you're up.
Fantastic. All right. Gonna move here.
Event card?
That's
Oh yeah. Event card
I'm
first.
just
Yeah.
pulling it
Gotta
out
do
real quick.
that.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah.
So villagers panic. Right now, move any 2 villagers who are not on the coastline 1 tile away from the coastline. Oof, it's your choice. Which one do you want to... So you have this tile, this
The
tile.
two on the stunted forest move to the command post, because that's just gonna be the easiest one to deal with.
Yep. Okay, and then it's going to be a skirmish when it's time for battle. All right,
Okay. Now I move to here,
1.
and then we're going to use my mighty strike, and we're gonna kill that assassin, and take 2 stress.
So that's just what it says is you...
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I can just do that.
That's amazing. Okay, so that's 2.
All right.
Was that a power? Yeah, okay, using a power is an action, so... What
Yeah.
else?
And then we're going to move to here. That's number 3.
Yep.
And we're going to move one of these civilians to the next tile to the right.
Isn't there a monster over there? Are you sure it's safe?
I just beheaded it. It's fine.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm just moving it over there.
Okay, cool.
Nice. All right, so
Also,
you got respite.
you
You
need
can
to
get those
spend
2
a-
back.
You spend a
what?
strike card to use your mighty strike.
Yeah.
So you have 2 recoveries. You can recover 1 stress and your card, or 2 stress.
I'm recovering 2 stress because I might end up having to take some hits for our guys over here.
Nice. All right. So we got a skirmish. I'm going to roll the skirmish die, and that is the commander activates on the active line, and it's the, what is that? That's the footman line. So the commander's activation is jumping all around. Add 1 to the Dragon Army line with the fewest. I mean, it's your dealer's choice here. Do you want to do the mounted foot or missile line?
Let's do mounted.
Okay. And then the shaking
What
die
did the skirmish
cannot
die show?
activate.
What did the
The skirmish die is the commander. It's in the chat here. So it's the commander
see.
and it's the foot line.
Sorry, I just missed it.
So refresh this commander. We got to take an action to do that, so he can't do anything. All right, so now it's the foot line because they have more. It's going to be the bad guys that get to go first, the Dragon Army foot line. And it says each woe result during this fight also counts as a hit, revealing. Oh man, we just did that one. It was bad enough the first time. Roll 4 battle dice, apply hits to the foot line. Oh man. So that's a hit, that's a hit, and that's a hit. That's
3
3
hits.
hits. That's brutal. And that's 1 down, 2 down, and the rest can't be resolved.
I'm taking those.
You're going to take
I'm
3
taking all
stress?
3 of those. Yeah.
Or 2 stress, I mean?
I'm taking all 3 stress because each woe counts as a hit.
Let's see if I can undo. Yeah. Send it back. Perfect. Nicely done. All right. So you only have 4 stress total. So just keep that in mind.
I'm aware.
Okay. All right. I think that's your turn. Is that the end?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Let's go to the next. Ulrich, you're back.
Right, event card. Let's see. What does it say?
I don't know.
Oh, that's the wrong card. I
That's
did
not
the
an
wrong
event
thing
card.
with that. Sorry.
It moved when I accidentally turned it off and turned it back on. It's at the bottom.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Event card. And that says what?
Let me zoom in. Any 2 villagers who are not on the coast tile, 1 tile away. Dealer's
Away
choice.
from the. Okay, so let's do the one that's on the stunted forest and 1 on the command tent.
Yep.
Actually, never mind. Just do 2 on the command tent. That's fine.
Okay.
The 2 on the command
Okay.
tent will go to the
Gotcha.
village.
Okay.
That makes sense because they were already panicking.
Yeah. So I'll push 4. I'll spend my whole turn and just push 4 of them to the command tent.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, and so now we have a respite, so I'll take back my 2 cards.
Nice. And then
And then-
skirmish.
Skirmish.
All right, so this is a commander activated missile line.
Oh boy.
Commander, the Minotaur here, Zemira, is add 1 unit to the Dragon Army with the fewest units. So that's either going to be your foot mounted or your missile. What do you prefer?
I guess the mounted.
Well, no, it's the foot or the missile are the fewest of these.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Just add to the foot line because we're really down on that one. So.
Okay.
I don't see us actually overcoming that one.
Yeah, and he's still shaken, so he can't do anything. And so now it's the missile line that activates. Of course, it's the bad guys that are going to activate on the Dragon Army missile card. which is apply 3 hits to the mounted line, shake the Alliance commander. He's already shaken. 3 hits to the mounted line. How do you want to do this?
They're dead.
The mounted line.
They're already
man.
shaken.
Oh, no. This is not going well. I got a bad feeling about this. Okay. Jeez. All right, that's your turn.
Yep.
Galibrand, you're up.
All right. So let's see.
You up. You up.
I'm going to spend one of my dexterity cards to get an extra move,
Nice.
and then I'm going to. So this is my free movement. Then I'm gonna go 1, 2,
I don't see what you're doing.
3.
Oh,
So I make it all the way here. I'm going to spend my Constitution, my Constitution card
Mhm.
to grant. Who's on this tile with me?
Galibrand?
Oh no, Galibrand, and then who else is there? I can't remember if it's
Arjun.
Arjun. All right, Arjun, you regain 2
Right.
stress.
Sweet.
Nice. That's
And
cool.
then for my final action, I'm going to move one of the I'm going to move one of the civilians over to the village. Get out of here now!
Thank
This
you so
isn't
much.
safe.
We really do appreciate it. You're doing a wonderful job. Keep it up. They're watching people dying all around them. They're freaking out. You come in and you're like a savior to them.
Alright,
Okay.
that'd be the end. Oh wait, I need to do the event card. I keep forgetting that.
So where was that? Do you remember what it was? Oh, you didn't do it at all.
No, this thing, I never got one because I don't have the ability to draw one.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
It's weird. Let me pull it open for you. So right now was add Dragon Army mounted units to the active flank until they equal the number of Alliance mounted on that
There
flank.
aren't any.
If no units were added, ignore this card's battle phase text and reveal another event card. Well, that
Okay,
sucked.
reveal another.
Right now, add 1 Alliance foot,
Reinforcements!
1 Alliance
one
missile,
Alliance
and
foot.
2 mounted. All right, so 1 foot. Just going to move this real quick. 1 foot, 1 missile.
Any flank. Do we want to worry about that flank, or do we want to worry about the one that is being held on the right?
Oh, do you tell me where you
I
want
would
them?
say I would say let's add them to the far right flank to activate that. All we need to do is push this last civilian over, and then we can just keep pushing them because then we will no longer have to worry about this flank. So I wish to put this card to the far right flank.
Okay, when you're saying this card, I'm not showing what you're
The
talking
The
about.
reinforcement card that you just pulled. You want
Okay,
to
you
add
want
the
to apply
one
it to this far right flank.
foot.
I gotcha.
That is what I'm saying.
Gotcha. All right, so 1, 2 mounted. That's awesome. Whoa. Someone just screamed in my house. And then 1 missile. All right, and this is going to be an all-out battle. Activate command powers when it's that time, which is now, because you already did your respite. Is that correct?
I can't do respite. I am on a current engagement.
Gotcha. Okay, all-out battle. Activate commander powers. This is the active flank, and that was to add 1, correct? The lowest, that's this.
I believe this guy. No,
That's right.
This flank is active.
The right flank is active, not the far right.
The one that I'm working on, it was active.
He's
So
right.
activate command
Adam's-
powers at the start of this battle.
No,
After the
the
battle, remove this
reinforcements
card.
card said that where the units are, that then becomes the active flank.
Oh yes, sir, that's right.
Hmm.
He's right.
So the far right flank is now active.
You're right. The right flank is no longer active, based on the event card. He's correct.
I'm working it. Okay, so this unit says add 1 Dragon Army foot unit. And Darrett's is shake 2 units in any Dragon Army line. What do you want to do?
Let's shake the foot unit line.
Okay.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Now it's an all-out battle, so each line goes. Just going to get that out of the way. So first, of
So
course,
Dragon
the
Army
bad guy's foot line goes
Yep.
first. Shake the Alliance Commander. Oh, man. Apply 3 hits to the line. If they're already shaken, they're not. Okay, so it's just shake Darrett.
Okay. So we can unshake them. But that's not the worst that could happen.
All right, now the next line is you guys. So do you
Yep.
want to pull your missile line and
Missile
do it?
line.
Do you see that card?
Yep. How do I increase their size?
You should be able to just select it and just drag it bigger, like from a corner.
Okay, let me just try that. Having some trouble doing that.
I can do it. Here.
Yeah, if you could increase its size. Roll 2 battle dice. Apply hits to the mounted line. If the Alliance commander is ready, remove any Dragon Army units that have taken a hit. So we just roll 2 battle dice.
All right, 1 hit and 1 nothing.
All right, and so the mounted is completely gone.
Well, this was for what line?
That was
Mounted
the
line.
missile line
Mounted
hitting the
line.
mounted line.
All
Yep.
right.
So the enemy mounted line is gone.
And now we're looking
And now
at
our mounted line
your
attacks.
mounted line. Do you want me to just grab the card real quick?
Yeah, because I can't increase their size, so I won't be able to even see
I'll
it.
just do the cards then. Just for simplicity and speed here. Choose one. What do you want to do?
Apply 2 hits to the mounted line. Roll 3 battle dice. Apply hits to the. I'll just.
It doesn't
do
matter.
the
You can't
apply
do
2
either.
hits. Well, yeah.
No, you can't do either.
Okay.
So
Next, Bendix. Where is Bendix?
I am on mute again, so I was getting really excited for my turn. And what I was saying was, let's keep the villagers moving here. Save the
Event
civilians.
card.
So,
Oh,
Oh,
yes, event card.
could
Hold
someone
on.
pull my event card for me, please?
Yes, I got you.
Thank you, sir.
back.
It says everyone dies and we win.
Read
No,
the entry for the
we haven't
next
got to that
key
yet.
moment. Oh no! All right, so we're moving the key event card to number 1. The key moment for event number 1 is runners bring word that vile champions are hunting villagers seeking the safety of the coast. For each vile champion on the battlefield, remove 2 objective tokens from the vile champion's tile or the adjacent tile. Add a vile champion to the command tent or command post tile. Woof. All right, let me find these.
There's no vile champions on there, so we don't lose any civilians. But now
Correct.
we got one on the command post.
Yep. I'm just going to grab one at
which means he
random.
spawn, so he doesn't attack yet.
Another
Hill
hill
giant again?
giant. He just comes up and stomps on the tent. Roar! No one's leaving here alive. All right, it's your turn, Bendix. You just see
All
this
right.
like huge hill giant come out of nowhere.
Oh, really? Can I do one? How many actions do I get? Can I get that one civilian that's here
Yeah.
in front of me and move that over to the coast?
Yep, that would be 1.
And then I need to go beat up a hill giant because he's not part of the plan here, and he just put a wrench in it.
All right.
And you do have 4 actions in total.
Really?
So moving to that tile is 2.
Okay.
So attacking him
Uh,
is going to be 1 action. That's 1 dice.
Okay.
If you want to burn any of your skill cards, that'll add another die to you if you want to burn 1.
Yeah, I want
Burn
to
all of them.
What's
burn
your
all.
proficiency in here?
He's a
Bendix?
paladin, so it's charisma, wisdom, and strength.
Oh,
Or
this is
it's charisma and
Constitution.
wisdom.
Okay. So
Well,
yeah, you
charisma-
have
it
to
should
beat
be charisma,
3. So
yeah.
that means in order to get 3 dice, if you wanted that, you'd have to burn 2 of your cards.
Okay.
Burn all of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna
It's up
burn
to you. What do
2.
you want to do?
Let's go for broke. I'm gonna burn all 3.
Wow. Okay. So that's 4 dice, right? Am I doing this math right? So 1 is 2 hits, 2 is blank, 3 is 1 hit. You killed him. 4 is 1 hit. You already killed him, so you get an equipment card. So here's the
I-
equipment
I
deck
get the Excalibur.
at the very bottom.
Lady of the Lake.
And this is what you get.
Ooh, what is that?
Alchemist Fire. While on
Sweet,
battle
free
tile,
action.
roll a skirmish die, add 1 fire token to the battle. Wow, that's cool. So this is yours. You can
Huge.
hand it to anyone you want as an action, or you can use it if you want, whenever. If you want to use it now, you can use it now. It's up to you.
So, can I get another civilian move 1 over to the?
So we did 1, 2, 3. You have 1 more action, right?
Yeah, let's get a civilian over.
All right. So you're going to hold on to that equipment. And now it's the respite phase. So you can recover 2 of your cards if you want.
Yes.
So just recover those. Are you keeping track of your cards?
I should have the 2. How many? I burnt what, all of mine, so I just have
Yeah.
two new ones now.
Well, which ones do you want back? The charisma, strength, or wisdom, or 2 charisma?
I'll take 2 charisma.
Okay. And now it's the battle phase. It's a skirmish. Then shuffle the event discard pile, including this card, and add it to the bottom of the event deck. Okay, so skirmish die is just a... What is that? That's the foot line.
Foot. That's a foot line.
And that is on the active right here in the far, far right. And that's definitely the bad guys. I don't know how you roleplay this any different than what we're doing, because it's pretty technical, you know, board gamey. Roll battle dice equal to the number of Dragon Army foot units applied to the foot line. All right, 6 battle die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Holy shnikey. So 1 woe. Let's deal with that. Do you want to kill one of these? Well, you have to either apply a woe to one of the foot line or kill one of the foot line. What do you want to do?
You asking me?
Yeah. Do you want to shake one of the foot line or kill one of the foot line?
I'll kill one of the foot line.
Okay. And then this says apply the rest. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits to the foot
So the
line.
foot line's gone.
So we just decimated them entirely. Holy shnikey. That was brutal. Okay.
Doing it, man.
So
All right.
Yeah.
that's 4.
We don't have a
That's
lot of
the
time.
battle. Now next. Arjun. Oh, nice.
All right,
Can you zoom in or you want me to?
Okay, I can't zoom in very well. If you could just expand that out, please. Read the entry for the next key moment.
Shit. All right, let me move this to the next. Oh boy. Okay. The fallen flank. Oh, this sucks. Word reaches you that the left flank has fallen. There is no left. There's a right and a far right. Though the center still holds for now. A vile champion uses the confusion of battle as cover to approach the village. So for each vile champion on the battlefield, there's only 1. Remove 2 objective tokens from the vile champion's tile. Okay, so... No, the hill giant. You
Is
killed
there
him,
any
so there
vile
are none.
champions?
Yeah, but he's dead. Yeah, we don't have
And
any.
then lastly, add a vile champion. So this time, I'm just going to go to the very bottom one, whatever that is. Assassin to the coast tile. Well, that's not good. An assassin's come out to try to kill the civilians. All right. We're getting dangerously close. We only have 2 more events, and then we're in trouble. So now you got all your moves. What are you going to do?
All right, we're going to take the last civilian from the fields and push him to the village.
All right. I'm confused. Oh, you're right here. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
1.
And then so that's 1. Number 2, we're going to move to the village. And then I'm just going to push 2 more civilians towards the command post. Just keep them, just
Question: What is the
wreck them onward.
what is the thing for the village right here?
Yeah, what is the charisma bonus?
So
to?
if
Add
you do
equipment
the
card.
action of the 2 charisma and defeat it, you draw 1 equipment card, is what it says.
1 more
Okay.
civilian goes from the village to the command post.
Well, I moved 2, so...
Oh, did you? Oh, did you?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, then that's that. That's me then.
Okay. So then, do
So-
you have anything to recover?
Yeah, I'll grab a strength card and remove my last fatigue.
Beautiful. All right, it's a skirmish. Then shuffle the... Oh, gosh. Okay, skirmish die rolled, and it is a What is that? That's a foot. No, that's a mounted line.
Mounted.
Okay, so who's
So
the
us.
active? So that's you guys. Wow, you guys actually gonna go.
Yay!
So mounted.
Hang on. There we go.
It's the very first. Yeah.
There we go. And then it says choose one. Apply 2 hits to the front line. Apply hits to the foot line equal to twice the difference in combat strength.
What the what?
Shake the Dragon Army commander.
Well, the combat strength for them is 0, and we are at 4 for mounted. So that means that the twice the difference would be 8. Is that wrong?
No, I don't think so. So apply 2 hits to the foot line. Is the first. Oh, so which one do you want to do?
Probably apply hits to the foot line. Well, hang on.
I mean, it's the foot line twice the difference in combat strength, right?
Yeah.
So the difference in combat strength of the foot line, is that what it's inferring?
No, it's referring to the mounted line.
I know it's a mounted card, but it says apply hits to the foot line equal to twice the difference in combat strength.
Yeah, the combat strength of the mounted line is what is being calculated.
Okay. So
They're the
then-
ones doing the hitting.
Right. So there's 1 death. That's 1, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you could kill all of them except for 1 being wounded, right?
Yeah, we'll kill the 4 active ones and leave the shaken one.
Yeah. I mean, 1 would end up being shaken anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right. That's awesome. That's a great card.
I know, right?
Wow.
Good job,
Wow, when
Knights.
we actually hit, we do damage.
All right. Let me reshuffle the event card now. The event deck. All right. Let's hope we don't get that card again anytime soon. Ulrich.
All right. Event card. Here we go.
No whammy, no
Woohoo!
whammy, no whammy.
What does it say?
Oh, here.
Okay. Maneuver right now. If the Dragon Army commander on the active flank is ready, activate their command power. Otherwise, refresh that commander. So he gets to add 1 to the weakest, which would be
Foot.
what, the mounted?
No.
This
He
one's
just
1
adds
foot.
1 army. No, he just adds 1 Dragon Army foot unit.
Oh, foot? Oh, foot? Oh.
Right? Right. And
Then reveal another card.
oh man,
So I'll grab another. Here we go.
no whammy, no whammy.
Let's see. Unrelenting bows. The Dragon Army missile unit add a Dragon Army missile unit to the active flank until they equal the number of alliance missile units on that flank. If no units were added, ignore this. So they get to have 2 added, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Yep, looks like it.
That sucks.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? All right, and then it's going to be a skirmish. All right, so your turns. What are you gonna do?
All right. So number 1, I am going to. Let's see. I got all my cards back,
I don't
right?
even know where you are. Where are you?
I'm on the village.
Oh,
I'm standing on the village name
oh, I
right
see.
here.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and push 1 of the villagers over.
Okay.
Let me see.
Just push all 3, honestly.
I'm trying to think of something I can do.
I mean, if
Looking
you
at
can
my
burn
cards,
cards
they
for
got all my-
free actions, we can get a. Well, we have to get rid of that vile champion to.
Yeah.
I have a plan for the Vile Champion.
Okay.
Okay. And what is my natural sense? Place yourself on. Oh, that's.
So for those watching in the chat live, let me know, do you prefer the role-playing, just actually the game without the board game, or do you enjoy watching the board game? Let me know.
Okay, let's go ahead and just push 3 of the peasants over, or the villagers over to the command post.
So you did 1. So
No, not that one. I'm on the village. Push them from the village to the command post.
Oh my gosh. So 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, and then I am going to use my nature sense,
Okay.
and I'm going to it's going to give me an add 1 or place yourself on any wilderness battle tile. So I'm going to push myself all the way over to the stunted forest. So I'm ready for my next turn to help push whatever
Dope.
gets sent over.
Yeah.
That
Bring
spends
'em
my wis- it spends that's my intelligence card to use that ability. And now I am at least there to help poor Darrett if we need to. So
Yeah. Okay. So recovery.
I can't.
Right. And then this is a skirmish. The skirmish is the mounted line on the
Awesome.
active.
Yay, we win
That's you
again.
again. That's awesome.
Okay, mounted
This way.
line. Here we
You
go.
doing it?
I can try to pull the card. Let's see. I got it. What
No,
does
no,
it
wrong
say?
one. Wrong one. That's the dragon one.
Yeah, you need a purple one.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
It's the very top.
We are actually Dragon Army spies.
There we go.
No.
Let's see.
I was never on
Choose
that.
one. Apply to hits the missile line. Apply to hits the missile line equal to twice the number of the difference in combat strength.
Yeah.
So
We could wipe out the missile line.
Yeah, wipe out the
1,
missile
2,
line,
3,
dude.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. You want to do that?
Yep. yeah, let's do that.
That's awesome. I can't
Woo.
believe you're doing this well. This is amazing. I mean, it's tough, but you're still doing great. Okay. That's your turn. Next, Galibrand.
All right. The event card first.
You're all
Let's not
ready.
forget that.
Yeah. Dragon Army foot units to the active flank until they equal the number of Alliance foot units. Well, it's
We
0.
don't have any foot units.
All right,
so
it's going to be a
nothing.
skirmish. Go ahead.
All right. So
Wait, it says,
because
if no
we-
units were added, hold on. Ignore this
Skip the battle
card's
phase.
battle phase and reveal another event card. Ah!
they do it.
Ah! Oh,
It's
come
this
on.
one.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Right flank.
The right flank becomes active.
Okay. And what is the type of battle it is?
It's going to be an all-out, but right now it's you. What you
Okay,
gonna do?
So because we have yet to lose the right flank, the road is still connected, meaning I can skip over the village for one action. Then I can go
Ooh,
2,
yes. So that's
3,
1,
and for
2.
my 4th action, I'm going to fight the assassin. Because I have a mastery and dex, I only need to get 1. So roll one.
Very nice.
die.
Okay. Ah, it was a nothing.
Dang it!
I was about to say,
I'm
you should
sorry.
probably burn a card to get another die, but you know.
I don't have any cards.
Oh,
I bought all my
no.
Fair
cards.
enough. Fair enough.
I mean, it's a good try though. It was a good plan.
Yeah, that was a good try.
Okay, so recover.
All right. Then I can't do any reprieve because
Oh yeah, because the
there's currently
stinking
a
vile
vile
champion.
champion.
All right, all out battle. So we start with the foot line. They go. Foot unit.
Yeah, enemy
is-
foot line.
Roll battle dice equal to the number of Dragon Army foot units. Apply hits to the foot line. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 1 woe to them, 2 hits to these guys. That kills these guys, foot lines. And we get 1 woe to them. Okay. And that's foot line. Now the archery line is them.
It was nice knowing you, Iron Cudgel people.
Yeah. Those who didn't turn on us, you were great. Roll 3 battle dice, apply hits to the mounted line. 1, 2, 3, 1 woe, and 3 hits. So those 3 hits kill those mounted line. Oh no!
There's no mountain line.
Oh yeah, duh.
So
Yeah, okay. So
nothing
that's good.
happens.
And then now it's the mounted line, so it's obviously them. Oh, come on, just grab the corner.
So long as they don't hit the missile
Roll
line,
3
we're
battle
fine.
dice, apply to the foot line. Doesn't matter.
There is no foot line.
Perfect. Okay, next. Bendix.
Okay. See, look at the board here and see what I want to do. We got to draw an event card. Is that what we do here next?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I got to be on that.
Yes.
Thank you. Hope that's a good one.
It looks good. Far right flank. Right now, the far right flank becomes the active length. All right.
Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, and it's going to be an all-out battle. And there's only foot soldiers on that tile anyway, so it doesn't matter. What are you going to do?
Looks like I'm pretty busy here, knowing I got all these civilians in the town in my little area.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my actions and grab as many civilians as I can and move them over to the next one.
All right, so you push 4 of them over. They're very willing to move over there. 3 and 4. And that is all of your actions. You do have a reprieve, so if you're missing any stress or you're missing any cards, you can get those back. I'm just showing you have 2 cards missing.
I'll get my 2 cards back.
Okay. And then all-out battle. It's only the foot line, and they can't attack the foot line, but let's see what they got. Because they may attack something else. Oh, come on now. Roll 3 battle dice, apply to the missile line. Oof. 1, 2, 3. That's 1 woe, 2 hits. The missile line is 2 hits. So that's one of them is going to die, and then one's going to be. You're just going to lose one of
Stressed.
them.
So just remove the guy on the far right. Yeah. Or that works too.
And then that's it. That's all we can do on that. Activate commander battle.
Our guys get to fight unless it's a skirmish.
Right. So hold on. I got to do the add 1 to the foot unit because the battle commanders activate, and then yeah. So now it's.
Well, now our missile. Well, was it a skirmish? Because
Yeah,
now our
skirmish
missile line.
means we rolled
It was an all-out battle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so not the archer
now
shoot. Yep.
So
Yeah,
it's the
archers and
alliance
then
missile.
Okay.
What do you want to do? Can you see it? Shake 3 units on any line, or roll 3 battle die and apply hits to the foot line.
You're asking me this?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's just go ahead and roll 3 battle dice and apply hits to the front
1,
foot line.
2, 3. That's 3 hits. So that's 1 woed
You
and
can
dead.
either shake all or kill one.
Well, 1 was already shaken, so
Oh.
the other 2 are now shaken. Or do you want to just kill another one instead of shaking both of them?
Well, just so you know, if they're ever the whole entire army is shaken on the battlefield, they automatically flee.
Oh, well, what do you want to do?
Meaning we would gain control of
Then
that flank.
then shake them. Shake them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That seems that's
Shake
more.
it off.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's what we'll do.
Awesome. The commander is gone because this is now completely controlled by y'all.
By
Good job.
Bendix.
Good
Yeah.
job. And now this is the only possible active flank. And this is gone.
That can be bad, though.
Yeah. Okay. That's it, right? We're next, Arjun. Zoom this in.
Yeah.
You do have
Our
that
right
fire
flank
bottle,
becomes
just to
the
be
active
aware.
flank, but it can't be the active flank.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So we just keep that. It's going to be an all-out battle eventually, and it's your turn.
All right.
So before you go, we're over our time by half an hour. We've already gone over. So I'm okay continuing this on, but if you guys need to stop, we can pause it right here if you want.
I'm cool to keep going.
Everyone else?
I don't think it's going to take long. We only have to lose one guy and the game's over. So
Okay, well, let's just keep going then.
What do you mean?
if we lose one archer and it becomes the game ends as soon as all battle tiles are completed.
Yeah.
So there's only one guy basically stopping the Dragon Army from taking over the battlefield over there. So
We need heroes
Just so
to get
you
over
guys
there
know.
to absorb hits.
Oh my god. So do I either run over to kill the assassin, or do I go over to the fields and try to stop the one archer guy from dying?
I could kill the assassin should once my turn comes up.
Well, the problem is that leaves our druid friend with nothing to do in the stunted forest because he can't move people over to a tile with an enemy there.
I can try to kill him too, but I have not been super successful in killing some of these guys. So
Okay.
One thing you could do is you do still have that alchemist fire. If you
I do
use
not.
alchemist,
I don't.
oh,
It's
who
Bendix.
has it?
Paladin does.
Paladin does.
Oh, okay. I thought you had it.
No.
Never mind.
You could grab the equipment card that's on the village and see if it gives you something awesome.
I have zero confidence that will succeed. Having Argent talk to anyone is you're just spelling disaster. Okay. Yeah, I think the biggest impediment to our success is that assassin. So I'm going to spend 3 action to run over to them, and then with my last action, I'm just going to auto kill them with Mighty Blow.
Nice. Okay.
And then take stress.
Well played, sir.
And then I'll just regain those 2 stress. So.
Oh boy, here we go. All out battle. Oh, Dragon Army footline. Oh, I have to shuffle it. We're out of footline cards. Okay, here's footline. Roll 4 battle die. Apply hits to the footline. Won't matter because they're
Nothing happens.
Well, it could be a woe. So let's see. 2.
There could be nothing
4.
but woe.
No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, that would be great.
It doesn't matter. It's the
And the next is going to be them again for the missile
Archer
line.
line.
Be something easy. Shake all units in the Alliance missile line. Already done.
Yep, we lose.
No, it's not. As soon as that happens, they run.
Oh no! Oh, that's supposed to be a what?
So if they're shaken, that's it. Battle's over.
Now, illustrious DM, this is your choice. Do we still get to move civilians, or is that the very end of the fight?
No, it ends. Once
All right.
both are controlled, that's it. All right, after the battle here, let's see what our options are. So, I mean, is this a loss or is this a hold? Because it's one good one.
You'll
bad.
say on the scenario book. The scenario book will tell you.
I'm looking. It says
I can grab mine if I need.
I'm looking at. So win is 8 to 12 villagers were saved. Hold is 4 to 7 villagers were saved. And we have 3 villagers. I'm moving characters to see. 3 or few villagers were saved, or another loss condition occurred as a loss. So we lost.
All right.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So let's resolve the outcome here really quick, and then we will move on to the end of this scenario and this session. Well played, everyone. We did our best. Unfortunately, our best wasn't enough. Derek comes running up from the front line to the docks where all of you are guiding villagers in. Unfortunately, not many were able to escape, but it was enough to use one of the boat options that were presented and discovered. He sadly tells you that the loss of Vogler is heartbreaking, but you did all you could. Don't blame yourselves, everyone. Let's get in this before they overrun the entire city. So he jumps in the boat. Does everyone else get in the boat? There's just enough space. Actually, there's tons of space. What am I saying?
Yeah, might as well.
So as everyone gets in the boats and you start to begin to push off, you hear calling out from the middle of the city as fires are raging all over the city. You hear just draconians ambushing and just raging, all killing a bunch of civilians and raiding different stores and causing a havoc. Hold the boat! A voice rasps from the smoke-shrouded street. A man runs through the haze toward the wharf, clad in armor of an ironclad regiment mercenary and gripping a horned helmet in his hand. You all recognize him as Jaya Valdruz, Cudgel's lieutenant. He runs over and he leaps up into the boat. He's like, push off! They took her! They took her! And he's like sort of pushing the entire barge as everyone else pushes the barge off the end of the shore, and you start to float into the Vingard River, and the natural current starts to pull you away even more. I want to show you what you guys see.
Who did they take?
Say that again?
Who did they take?
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find
The dwarf girl lady. I can't remember her name.
So the helmet he has in his hand is a Solamnic Knight helmet. And Derek looks over. He's like, that's Becklin's helmet. What happened? And he like looks at him and sort of doesn't even really look him in the eye, holding his head down, and he hands it over. As you guys are floating, drifting down the Vingard River, some people are on the edges, fishermen that were survived, that were rescued, are sort of pushing away. You guys are seeing this havoc in front of you. And he says, I saw her fall in battle. She handed me this before, and she said to deliver it. and to let you know by proof of this helmet that she wants us to escape with our lives. She fought until the very end. I believe she was taken alive, but she could just as easily have been murdered. I don't know the outcome. I'm terribly sorry. No one expected this force. No one expected this outcome. And finally, you see the rain abate. The clouds are still partially cloudy, but they're not as congested as they were before as you watch yourselves drifting slowly in this tormented silence of everyone on this raft floating down the Vingard River, and just the sound of this eruption of flames and looters from Vogler. And everyone is just hanging their head in shame. And that is where we're going to end this episode. Thank you all so very much for joining us live. Though it wasn't the outcome we looked for, that's what happens sometimes. You win some, you lose some. And this one, just the roll of the dice wasn't on our side. What can you do? Thank you all so very much for tuning in live. If you're tuning in live, watching this after the fact, try tuning live next time. Interact with the other people in the live chat. It'll be a lot of fun. Thank you for tuning into this Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition DragonLance Shadow of the Dragon Queen live play. I would like to thank the players once again for joining me and making this an entertaining session. What are you all watching think of this adventure thus far? Feel free to email me at info@dlsaga.com or leave a comment below. I'd like to take a moment and remind you to subscribe to this YouTube channel, ring the bell to get notified about upcoming videos, and click that stupid like button. This all goes to help other Dragonlance fans learn about this channel and its content. And if for no other reason, because these players took us this episode. So click like for them. This channel is all about celebrating the wonderful world of the Dragonlance Saga. Thank you so much for joining in that celebration. My name is Adam, and until next time, Slán Javar.